And we are live here on Plus One's Roll for Content channel. We really exist to support indie tabletop game design. Tonight we are playing Back Again from the Broken Land, which is my first time to play. I'm very excited about it, though, because I am a huge fan of the designer. We're going to let him introduce the game in just 1 second. But here at Plus One, we are a mix, a multi-class brand that's a mix of tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. We stream on a regular basis, and then we review most of those games over on our YouTube channel, which is just Plus One EXP. On YouTube, you can find us at Plus One EXP on any number of channels. But you didn't come to hear me talk. You came to watch us play. I want to introduce you to our fabulous players. We're just going to go across the top. Cal, tell people who you are, where you're from, and where people can find you on the internet.
Hello, my name is Cal Shea. I live in Seattle, Washington. I work at a high school as a tech support person slash librarian slash the head of the school's RPG club. So I'm an enthusiast, definitely. I can be found online at Cowshay on various social medias, and I'm stoked to be here.
Awesome. Burnley's Bard, also known as Ken. Ken, tell us a little bit about yourself and where people can find you.
That's me. I'm also super stoked to be here. I am Ken Breeze. Since 2010, I've been a TTRPG creative consultant, narrative designer, event manager, and GM for hire in New York City. I met Alexi on my illustrious podcast, Board Ghost, where we play independent storytelling games. Check it out. You can find me at Burling's Beard and follow all my fun adventures. I feel like I've come home. Beard care is so important to me.
Welcome.
So thank you. So I'm very excited to discover the journeys and stories that we're about to tell. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Danielle, we'll go to you next.
Hi, I'm Danielle Bilta. I have a background in journalism, but I'm working on a teaching certification, and I just got familiar with Alexi's and Leo's work via starting doing tabletop role playing this pandemic. So it's such an exciting rabbit hole to go down, and I'm meeting a lot of great people. And I left my beard in the closet over there, so that is it's just a minor hiccup, but hopefully everything will go well aside from that.
Awesome. Thanks so much for being here. Alex, tell us a little about who you are for anybody who's not familiar with your face already.
Hello. Yeah, I'm back. Alex Murray, cosmic traveler, seeker of truths. I'm a Brooklyn-based actor, comic, musician, children's entertainer, jack of all nonsense. And yeah, I guess Tony and I got to know each other on the internet a little while ago, and so now I get to play indie RPGs with him all the time, which is rad. So I am super duper double secret extra stoked to be here.
Which is really funny because also you have another claim to fame that somebody noticed in our group chat and tossed out earlier today. I believe Danielle was a little bit intimidated when she found out that you were going to be on stream.
Oh, that I collaborated with Griffin McElroy and Justin McElroy on a bit. Yeah, it's no big deal. They you know, asked literally everyone who listens to their podcast to send them some nonsense, and then picked my nonsense, and then somebody else animated it.
I mean, we have 3 viewers right now, so it probably is the McElroy brothers who are watching right now. So
yeah.
Travis, Chris, Justin, like, hey, what's up? We're very excited to have you with us. And then last but not least, the creator of Back Again from the Broken Land and our GM / facilitator tonight, Alexi Sargent. Hey, Alexi, how's it going?
It's going really well. Super happy to be here. So I'm Alexi Sargent, and I make tabletop role-playing games under the banner of Cloven Pine Games. I've been really glad to see my games get some recognition. My game Secret Science Sewer Siblings was nominated for an Emmy Award, and my game The Great Soul Train Robbery was nominated for an Indie Groundbreaker Award. This game, the one we're playing tonight, Back Again from the Broken Land, is a game of small adventurers telling stories on the long walk home from a calamitous war against the Doomslord. And I'm super excited to get to play it. I designed this game with my wife, Leah Sargent, who is a wonderful writer and gamer in her own right. And the game was originally published in Codex magazine in the issue Codex Home, but we are revising and expanding it for Zine Quest So definitely check out Zine Quest on Kickstarter, where we just got our page up where you can sign up to know when Back Again from the Broken Land Kickstarter goes live. And we're super excited to make this into a really cool zine and get it into your hands.
Awesome. Alexi, if you drop that to me during one of the breaks or when you have a moment, I'll drop it in the chat also for everybody so they can click straight to it and follow. So, because we want to make sure that they do that. I'm super excited about Zine Quest. Most of the games we're playing this month are all Zine Quest oriented. I've been a huge fan of Alexi's for a while. I got to play one of his games at PAX U back when we used to be able to get together. Had been following him for a little while before that, but since then have played numerous times again. And so I'm super excited to play this one for the first time. So that said, I normally introduce some of our basic safety rules, but Alexi's actually massively competent at all the things I would be about to tell you, and he uses slightly different variation. So I'm actually just going to hand things over to him while I quickly create my the essential basics of my character and orient myself to my playbook real quick. So Alexi, go ahead and take us away.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love to set a few kind of shared expectations before starting a game with a tool that's known as CATS, and that stands for concept, aim, tone, and setting. And I like to just append safety to that as well, and just treat that all as one conversation we have about what we're planning to do in our game. So the concept of the game, as I alluded to, is that you are small adventurers who walked into a big war. The Doomslord's forces were gathered in the Broken Land, and for some reason, your small fellowship played a key role in their downfall. Now, laden with stories to tell and burdens to bear, you set off on the journey home. But the Doomslord's hunters are still out there, and it's a long way to walk back again from the Broken Land. Back from the Broken Land. It's a short, powered by the apocalypse game of small adventurers sharing stories on the long walk home. That's the basic concept. Very much inspired by the more emotional and the more bittersweet stretches of The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings. A love letter to Tolkien and the hobbits that we love from his writing. My aim here is to tell a satisfying one-shot story with you all, where we meet these characters, we see them making their way home, we hear some stories from them about this big adventure they've been on, and and their feelings about it. Right, a major mechanic in this game is the burdens your characters bear, and those can be both literal and emotional, and often it's cool if they're both, right? If the burden is something like the cloak pin of a fallen comrade, that's obviously a physical thing you're carrying, but it also means there's emotions that you're carrying along with it. Let's see, related to that, the tone is meditative. The tone has room for coziness and room for for drama and peril. Your characters are small compared to the world, and the kind of wonder and terror of being small people in a big world is a part of this game. You'll notice if you look over the moves that you have that when peril arises, your options are to run, to hide, or to make a desperate stand. And make a desperate stand is not a move where you roll the dice to see how it goes. Make a desperate stand, for the most part, means you're going to tell a story of doom, and that's the finale for your character. So you're very much incentivized to not fight things head on if you possibly can, unless of course it is the perfect dramatic moment to do it, and you're ready to say goodbye to that character. Let's see. The setting of the game is a high fantasy world, very much inspired by Tolkien's Middle-earth. So the things you would expect to find in a high fantasy world can definitely be here. Elves and dwarves, dragons and giants, magical swords and artifacts. And some of our job is to, in the story that we tell, figure out how these little people fit into that world and how they feel about those crazy high fantasy elements. The set of safety tools we have, I like to think that the primary safety tool is just a shared acknowledgement that we're here to make sure everyone's having a good time. In addition to enjoying the game ourselves, we want to make sure everybody's safe and comfortable while we do so. But there's a few specific codified safety tools we can use for that. We have the X card in effect. So if something comes up that makes you think, that's going to make me uncomfortable, that's going to be distracting, you can say, hey, let's X card that, and we'll pause a moment, figure out exactly what content's being X carded, and then adjust the fiction accordingly and move forward. In addition, we have a set of lines and veils. You can see these in the character keeper that we have together, where we have lines on some content, meaning that's just not in our game at all, and veils over some content, meaning should that be alluded to in the game, we won't be focusing in on it, right? We would cut away from veiled content. We put in some basic things like a line on sexual violence, a line on peril to pregnant women or infants, a line on pandemic. And a veil over sexual content more broadly. But if there's things you want to add, you can always do that. We can see this document and we'll take a glance back at breaks and such to make sure we're keeping up with anything that people wanted to add as a line or a veil. Lastly, the open door policy is in effect, so any player may leave the game for any length of time they need, returning as they're able. This is just an acknowledgement that real life can happen to any of us, and if something pulls you away from the game, we understand, and I'm sure our viewers understand too. We'll all try to keep rolling. If you can give us a heads up, that's much appreciated. If you can't, we'll also be able to get by. Any questions about that? Do the things we discussed here make sense? Anyone want to clarify things about concept or tone or safety?
Negative.
Good.
Very nice. Then, well, our next step is going to be building these characters, making these small adventurers whose journey we're going to follow. So everybody has picked out a playbook, I believe. Let's see. If you've made your kind of your choices for your playbook, picked out your gear, your gaze, and your gift, I'd love for us to take a moment and hear about each of these characters. So we'll kind of have you each just share your character, their name, and the choices that you've made there, and just kind of basically what we'd be picturing as we picture the character. Ken, are you up to go first?
Sure, happy to. The character I'm going to be playing tonight is a small person named Bahaldur. Bahaldur is the sort of shepherd of the group. Bahaldur is a man. He has he/him pronouns, much like the gear that he wears is a much mended cloak. It seems Bahaldur has been all along these wild places. Traveling is not anything new to him. His gaze warm and worn. He is joyful, but there's something thin in his eyes that perhaps he's seen too much. The gift that he carries is a whistle that can always be heard, which is incredibly useful when attempting to find one of his flock and or try and make contact with one of his allies. He, in general, is very true. He has a big heart. However, he is under burdens. He starts the game with burdens, and so it's a tough. Been a tough road. He's only too happy to be making his way back home along with his other companions.
Fantastic. Really good to meet Bahaldur. Let's see. Next up, going along our character keeper, is the volunteer. Cal, will you tell us about your character?
Yeah, my character she's I think the youngest member of our party potentially. Her name is Maple Leaf Mosshill, or just Maple, but Maple Leaf is her full name. And she heard about this expedition when they were first leaving the hometown, and quickly sort of dropped everything in her life to join them, even though it might not have been the best idea. And her eagerness has sort of gotten her into, it's gotten into some trouble, like some hard stuff that she was not expecting or really prepared for. So the clothes that she has with her are just the first clothes at hand when she left. I think it was a matter of just hearing that some of the other people in the party were leaving, and she just grabbed a bag and left. She did not really prepare or take time with this. And so yeah, her eyes are bright and believing. She definitely feels that this was the right thing to do, and wants to believe that it was the right call. But again, we'll see how bright and believing she feels after all of everything that we're going through tonight. And her gift picked a bird that speaks only to her. But I think it's not a bird that is like speaking language to her, but it is a bird that has begun following her and singing a kind of mournful song that she definitely recognizes, but she's not sure why this bird has started following her.
That's awesome. So she knows the bird is kind of accompanying her and singing this dirge-like bird song, but she doesn't quite know why or what it does yet.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, I'm excited to play to find out together. Good to meet Maple. Let's see. Next on our character keeper, Danielle, you're playing the burglar. Will you tell us about your character?
So this is Janwin, and no known last name yet, because if you start asking her too many questions, she'll just start looking at you and be like, yeah, so what about you over there, pal bucko? Why are you so curious? You get the sense that that's the sort of vibe that she puts off. She has a very nice dagger with designs on it that suggest that she didn't get it from their hometown. Also a little person just like everybody else. She joined. I'm sure she has a tell that she tells people about joining, but I think it was just very convenient for her to leave town, and she saw them going and was like, I am actually going with these heroes here. So that's kind of how she found herself on the road. But has seen a lot on this, and she also carries with her her gift is a small lock of long blonde hair, which is unusually not valuable to the naked eye. So that is an interesting choice for her to carry with her, but has been I think is somewhat tolerant / suspicious of some of the extreme do-gooders that are on this journey.
That's great. Sounds like a character with her own things going on.
Extreme do-gooding. Yeah, that's right, bro. I'm gonna go out and help everybody.
Very good to meet. Say the how you want to pronounce the name again.
Oh, Janwin.
Janwin. Nice. Fantastic. Let's see. Next up on our character keeper, Alex, you're playing the Wayfinder. Will you tell us a little about your character?
My character is even for a small person, very small, teeny tiny little whip of a halflet named Lambert Adambo, and dressed all in maroon. And the thing that I brought along with me on the journey was bare feet. So I guess I like to think that we got to that point, right? The point in the story where it was like, this is it. If I take one more step, this is the farthest away from home I've ever been. And then he just took his shoes off and hucked them into he was like, I don't need these. See you later, civilization. Let's go. I'll get my sneaky on now. And if you look at him, he's calculating and curious. So off type for me. He's actually pretty quiet, but looking and calculating and putting together paths and watching the clouds and paying attention to which way the wind's blowing all the time. And actually, the expression that you see on his face most of the time is like, huh. Just paying attention, watching the world happen. And the gift that he's bringing back is the song of an unseen bird. He heard the most beautiful, incredible song of a bird he's ever heard on the banks of a river in an enchanted forest, like in a moment of calm and quiet, where they were regrouping between various perils. And he actually chased it all the way down, like almost got lost, turned around, trying to find this bird. And he was gone for like, I don't know, probably like a whole afternoon. And he remembers the song. It's beautiful and gorgeous and seared into his brain, but he never did see the bird. So he's sort of almost a burden that he's carrying with him there. But yeah, he's come back. I guess, yeah, burdened with some problems and some issues, and so he's a little heavier. The shrug, the curiosity is a little tireder than it was when he was flinging his boots to the wind and setting off jauntily. That's Lambert.
That's lovely. Thanks so much. And he's pretty sure that that bird is not the same as the bird that's following Maple.
Who knows?
I mean, if it is, then that bird has not sung the song yet.
Okay, that's good. We'll keep all that in mind. Wonderful to meet Lambert, our smallest of the small adventurers. Last but not least, Tony, you're playing the Turncoat. Tell us a little about your character.
So my character, he's his older brother, and is that cool? We down with that, Alex?
Into it, love it.
All right, whereas Lambert has always been outgoing, has always been a standout. Referent has always been one to slide more into the background, to eschew the outdoors, and largely because he feels he has always felt his entire life physically frail and incapable. And so even though he's the taller of the two siblings, he is the thinner of the two siblings, and almost kind of disappears into the background whenever people are not paying attention to him.
The Luigi to Lambert's
the
Mario.
Luigi to his Mario. And let's just go ahead and say I'm wearing green all the time.
And I'm red.
But mine are very subdued, subdued green tones, as opposed to the ostentatious maroon of another. He has a wound in his shoulder that has not closed, and his gaze is somewhat dark and devious, and the gift that he has with him is a draught that you can't drink dry.
Ooh, oh, that's great. Yeah, and I'm excited to find out some of the stories behind these as they come up. I guess the one thing to remember, the one thing to make sure we all know about the Turncoat is that the game specifies you were used by the Doomslord as an instrument, but you came back at the 11th hour. So thus you're carrying all these burdens. But I'll be excited to find out a little more about how that all went down. Sound good, Tony?
Sounds great.
All right. Let's together make some choices about the backstory, about what the Doomslord was and what the quest was that brought these characters into contact with this being. So, in our character keeper, there's a handy little backstory tab where we're gonna make some picks. Ken, tell me, what was the Doomslord? We've got 6 options here, so if you want to just roll a dice, you can, or you can select one that you think is cool, from corrupted immortal, grasping wizard, vicious warlord, spurned heir, enormous beast, or living storm.
I rolled the die twice, and I got 3 both times. So vicious warlord, I think, is the way to go.
The Doomslord was a vicious warlord. Fantastic, and he had assembled this army in the Broken Land. Let's find out what he wanted. Sorry, I haven't memorized our character keeper order, but I can just go at random here. Danielle, what did the Doomslord want? Which of these motives was the driving force for the Doomslord?
You're muted.
I also got a 3, which is an end to time.
Whoa. Cool.
So tired of being late. Everybody's always.
Do you have any?
Time. That's it.
Do you have any guesses about why this vicious warlord wanted to seek an end to time itself?
I think perhaps He's a vicious warlord who has seen so many battles that the only way he can envision setting down his weapons is if the whole deal is done. Like he
Oh
can't
wow.
That's
imagine
sick.
not fighting.
Oh man, I'm picturing Thanos, like sitting on his like farm planet and like looking out, right, and being like, yes, it is accomplished, an end to time. That's great. Let's see. Cow, let's turn to you. What did the Doomslord wield? What weapon are we gonna assign to this character?
Well, I got a 5, which was actually kind of what I was hoping for anyway. I like the idea that if this warlord, sort of maybe started as a regular warlord, and then as he became more powerful and greater and greater enemies and forces were brought to bear against him, or he sought to destroy greater and greater powers, he just amassed an arsenal of magic that then became like too much for one person to have control over, and it was sort of this this unstoppable war machine of magic that he was technically in charge of, but also there was, I think maybe that's part of what broke the Broken Lands was the fact that he had so much destructive magical energy in his under his control, that it was just it was starting to break apart the fabric of reality itself.
That's great. I love it. Yeah, so it's not that he's a wizard. It's just that he keeps taking these wizards' things and like sticking them onto his war machine until he's got this kind of massive teetering siege tower that's also causing unstable magical effects in every direction and straining the fabric of creation itself.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's talk about your hometown. Alex, pick one of these things for what your hometown is characterized by. What is it like?
I got a 3, big 3s all day. So that's a swamp full of croaking critters and houses up on stilts. That's fun. Sort of a Shrek vibe. Little mud farmers, which like, I guess that makes like that makes it real easy for us to have avoided like a warlord, right? Like we didn't have anything to offer. But definitely it seems like we've got some pretty big connections with nature and stuff too, with birds and shepherds and we're sort of minding our own business in the swamp, and then the conflict finally found its way to us.
Does that work for everybody? A swampy hometown that you all hail from? All right.
Yeah, I like that.
So like Zelda swampy, maybe more like like cute, like big cozy little houses on stilts, like thatched roofs, and we're having fun, like frog pets.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like what some of those nice those nice wetlands where you get like splashes of really bright color in some of the birds and flowers in the mix.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and like wind in the cattails at night. Beautiful stars and like a lot of fireflies going on. Sort of a Princess and the Frog vibe, maybe. Like some bayou energy here.
Okay, yeah.
I'd love to be a shepherd of giant swamp turtles.
Yes.
Sure. Why
yes.
not? That's great. Tony, tell me, what quest drew you from your hometown to play a humble but crucial role in the Doomslord's downfall?
Yeah, I really love the carry a small light to a hero lost in a dark place. I love that maybe somewhere in this swamp, there is a literal lit item that we had to that we had to get to a hero, like that it was somewhere buried, and maybe that one of us found it, and that kind of spurned the whole thing, like somebody who was.
So I was book 1 maybe us getting together and getting it?
Ah, yeah. Book 1, Quest for the Light in the Swamp.
Right.
Book
Yeah.
2, the journey to the Broken Land to bring this light to the lost hero, and then book 3 is the journey back.
Yeah.
That worked for you, Tony?
Yeah.
Nice. And we think this hero then was like the one who struck like the key blow against the Doomslord in the end.
Yes. Yeah.
So you all had this this small task of like bringing the light to the hero, and then the hero fought the Doomlord, and now you're coming back home.
And maybe we picked because we were considered slightly expendable, perhaps. We were.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, now I'm doing a Sylvester Stallone impression the whole time, so you did that, Danielle.
Shannon is like, oh my gosh.
We gotta get this light to the hero, man. He's gotta kill the Doomlord. Look out.
I know how long
Right,
he sticks with his
back.
impressions. We're fine. It'll be 5 minutes from now. He'll be done with it.
All right. Let's talk about the hunters. So the Doomslord's hunters are still out there. They are the big, scary threat that could overtake you if your dice go badly. So the two questions we have are: what makes the Doomslord's hunters too dangerous to fight, and what makes the Doomslord's hunters too terrifying to face? They are both a big problem if you had to confront them, and they are just they're just presence is itself a sight of menace and terror, right? So let's figure out each of these answers. Ken, you want to pick something for what makes them too dangerous to fight?
Oh, yes, I really do. So I'm really enjoying the swamp town, mud farmers, croaking critters vibe. And as people who are from such a land, I think we would have a deep appreciation for acid and poison and the way those things are really, really dangerous. And so I think these hunters spew acid and spew poison, corrosive materials that we know will melt our skin, destroy our gear, and generally just destroy any living things around them.
Yeah, that'll really mess up your
sort of-
day.
Yeah.
I like it. And Danielle, do you want to tell me what makes the hunters too terrifying to face?
Honestly, I think the scariest thing on the list is they speak in the voices of people you left back home. That is not you don't even want to get close. Like people who have gotten close enough to them tell tales of the maddening effect of hearing people or friends who have fallen or people who have been back home, and
Yeah, absolutely. That's terrifying. All right, we got some hunters. We got a fellowship of small adventurers, and we know a little bit about how you brought a light to a hero lost in a dark place, and thus helped bring about the downfall of the Doomslord. But now we're going to pick up with these characters beginning the long walk home. So the first thing that we see here is the steel sown field. This is obviously the site of a great battle, and it is at the edge of the Broken Land itself, as you are getting ready to start the journey back. So I'm going to ask one of you to help me paint the scene here. Tony, what do we see that has sprung up amidst the battle's detritus?
I think we've seen spring up amongst the battle's detritus a strange new plant that is just starting to develop fruit.
But it sounds like there's something a little disturbing about this fruit based on your Freudian slip there.
Yeah, I mean that was entirely Freudian. Yeah, I think the fruit itself. Let's go ahead and just say it's blood red, and and even as they grow, there's almost this kind of sappy liquid that's weeping out of them.
Hey, gross.
Does that work for folks? Are we cool with these creepy plants?
Tree.
Yeah.
So we see our characters starting to make their way back. Observing the detritus of battle. I'm sure there are still some broken weapons and kind of smashed pieces of the Doomslord's terrible machinery still around, right? And then kind of starting to grow over it are these new plants, these strange plants, and you hear the like drip of that red sap seeping out of the fruit. Bahaldor, give me a little sense of like, what we see as we see you moving through this space.
So camera comes down from the sky, right? We start real high and we are just panning down, getting closer. We see the battlefield writ large. The shining pieces of metal, maybe rusted still from a rain or dust or have mud all over them. We can see as we press down further, sort of these minor siege towers that had fallen, and then sort of like the large indent of the gigantic sort of main war tower that crashed in this place. Though the battle may have happened deeper in the Broken Lands, here in the steel-sown fields, we can definitely still see, unfortunately, the dead. And not only that, as we're pressing further and further down, as the fellowship is sort of just starting to enter this area, we're seeing these, they're rather large, in fact. These strange plants that are growing out are like pumpkins. These blood red fruit that are budding are almost as large as we are in some cases. Sappy liquid weeping to the ground. But now we're noticing that there are vines and brambles that are curling around the war machines, curling around the dead, and there are thorns that are sticking off these brambles as well.
Nice. And what's Bahaldor's like attitude about all this? Like how is he moving or looking in this moment?
I think Bahaldor is looking to his fellowship, taking in this steel-sown field. He looks at his friends and sort of gives a wan smile, saying, well, that doesn't look too appetizing.
Oh, that's great. Maple, what do we see of you as this adventure is starting?
I think Maple is trying to keep towards the front of the group. She's still kind of curious about everything. She's not, obviously everything here is pretty terrible, but she's mostly just sort of curious about what is going to happen next. I think the gravity of the battle has not really settled with her yet, and she's still just sort of like, well, we're still in a new place. Like this is what I was hoping for when I left, was to see a new thing, and here we are. And so I think actually this moment of realizing that, like, seeing all of the war dead starting to be consumed by these mysterious brambles, that's something that sort of starts bothering her, I think. And I think as Bahaldor sort of points this out to her, maybe she's a little taken aback and like, oh, should we do something about this?
Well, I would say we should never start a journey without a meal. So maybe we should eat something.
Do you think we should eat one of these? I wonder what they taste like.
She's like examining this like terrible, overgrown, weeping red fruit.
I don't know.
Lambert's what?
Lambert's already looking at one of the fruit, is pulled out a small knife and is like going over towards one of the fruit, is sort of like trying to sniff at a little bit of the sap and see what's going on. It's a new thing.
Yeah,
It
Yeah.
needs to be cataloged.
So you're curious also, it sounds like.
Yes.
I think Janet is
Janman,
definitely
yeah.
like either like has one eye on Lambert, but is worried more that Maple will actually like just grab it and just take a bite out of it. And it's like, I think that they, she's thinking like, how do I say feeds probably on the lifeblood of people without being too scarring? Like, how do I say this? She's like, I think, you know how everybody looked so alive before, and then now they are not. And now I think it took all the aliveness and put it in that, and like points at an especially drippy fruit. And it's just like, yeah.
Lambert
I hear
slowly
what you're
pulls his finger
saying.
away from the sap.
But I mean, a very alive fruit does sound kind of good.
Oh boy. I think she just sort of looks at Beholder like, okay, this is your job to fix this. Because she would be trying to look to chart a course kind of through this, I think, to kind of see how they could go safely. Not like before if Beholder wants to cook food and stuff like that, but just kind of like to have it in the back of her mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Refren, what's your perspective on all this?
Refren is sulking around the edges. He has also pulled out a knife, and he's actually cut open one of the vines that leads up to one of these plants while no one was paying particularly close attention to kind of see what comes out and if it looks as unnatural as what covers these fruits.
Oh, that's fascinating. So you've made an incision in one of the little vines climbing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like a kind of blackish ichor kind of seeps out, right? It seems to get redder as it becomes the fruit, but you've got this sticky black substance on your knife.
It doesn't look particularly appetizing here.
Well, as my sisters always say, there's no such thing as bad food, only a bad cook. So, I mean, if we want to admit that we're all bad cooks, we can, or we could figure out how to make this yummy.
Didn't your third oldest sister die from food poisoning?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess she was a bad cook, but she was still a good person.
Well, I've got some ingredients here. I start off with an appetizer, and if we still have more hunger, perhaps we can explore these strange fruit. However, it's, as I said, wise to maybe begin our journey back with a bit of a meal so that we feel up to it. It's going to be some days, and though the battle has been won, I know that we're all keen to get home.
Would you like to share a meal?
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
That's a move in this game. So when you share a meal, I'll read the text. Decide who's cooking. That character describes how they try to enliven the rations and rolls plus true. Are you taking point on cooking this meal, Baldur?
If everybody's cool with that, definitely.
For sure.
Do you have 2d6 in front of you? Otherwise, there's an online roller we can use. All right.
Yep, I have 2d6. So I'm taking out some of our last sort of dried mushrooms from our home. Maybe just some large sort of toadstools, almost like steaks that I'm trying to warm up and season a bit with some salt we maybe found upon the way. And I get a 9 on my roll.
Nice. On a hit, peace and fellowship reign at your table. On a 79, one of you may tell a story of home and clear a named burden. but one other partaker is conspicuously silent. What's troubling them? So this gives us some some different prompts here. Let me make sure to go over them. You all started out with these burdens. They started out unnamed, right? You kind of know these things are weighing on you, but we haven't kind of given a name to what's weighing on you. Whenever you kind of make one of these homeward bound moves, you can choose to name a burden. You kind of remember what it is. Give it that name and tell us a little about it. For whoever tells a story of home here on Share a Meal has the chance to clear a named burden. So the way to play this is name the burden, tell your story, clear the burden, right? Bahaldur, you made this roll. If you can choose, which of your companions you think you want to draw out here. Obviously people can also volunteer, but if you want to help direct, who do we think gets a chance to really
very very cool. Well, I honestly get the sense that sort of my companion Refrin is quite burdened and may in fact use this moment after the turn, after coming back to us, after sort of stiff arming the Doom Lord's influence, that now is the time for Refrin maybe to share a story.
Ooh, Refrin, what do you think?
I can share a story. Let me think for a second. So, Refrin takes the stew and is stirring it around and kind of starts and stops a number of times and says, I remember the first time I saw these mushrooms. I remember the first time we realized that they would make good travel rations. It was a time where dang it, trying to flip back and forth between too many things at the same time. It's a time when Lambert had been out and about and had brought these home, and I was sure that they wouldn't keep and that they wouldn't be good for anything, but he was, as he always is, persistent, and they ended up keeping and flourishing and growing and even being perfect for travel rations. And I've always been jealous of my brother's willingness to try new things, and it's oftentimes led me to places where I shouldn't have ended up.
So who's conspicuously silent? Like, is it Lambert or is it someone else who's clearly not so into this story?
I'm gonna say it's me. I don't think Lambert. I think Lambert. There's some guilt for what's happened to his little brother this whole trip.
His big little brother.
His big little brother.
They both think they're the older brother.
We're twins.
Twins.
No one actually knows who was born first.
I love that.
That's so good.
Our mom never. She wouldn't tell us. She would tell us a different person every time.
So it became this major competition.
Yeah. So who's the older brother? Big, little, and we're constantly redefining it. But yeah, I think especially that bit about trying to prove that you also are like curious and you're an explorer as well, sort of like putting you beyond your means a few times really rings true. And I think as you say that, I was eyeing one of these big red fruits again, and he just like snaps back in and like see him actually like really kind of yell at himself for parading that around as a thing to be imitated.
Referend, do you want to name a burden?
I think jealous of Lambert is the name of that burden. Like,
nice. And you can, thanks to this meal, you can clear it if you want. You could put a strike through on the character keeper, and then it's recorded there, but no longer weighing on Referend. If that rings
I
true
don't
to you.
think it makes sense yet. I don't think we've gotten to that point. But I do think there's a moment of like, actually, Lambert typically like defends himself in these moments and will push back and will kind of try to me too. Like, it's in the constant kind of back and forth that these twin brothers have, and the fact that he doesn't for the first time ever actually is deeply significant and meaningful, almost as meaningful as this carrot cake. Who's jealous of their brother now?
True.
Dang. But I think there's a moment of recognition of the fact that he actually just let it land that is significant, but not necessarily fully healing to Referend.
Yeah, I think that would probably usually precipitate like, I didn't ask you to come. You didn't need to come. You didn't have to follow me. I didn't tell you to. And yeah, just quietly.
Maybe we've heard that before on this journey.
Yeah.
Yes, and we don't hear it now.
Especially all during book 1. Just
every other chapter was basically about that.
As I'm stirring these mushrooms known as pollywog pipes, I sort of nod at this and begin to sort of ladle them out into everyone's sort of earthenware or wooden bowl or whatever they sort of carry on their person. And I say, well, Lambert did lead us true on our journey, and perhaps he set an example that allowed you to come back to us.
Sure.
That in game, I think, sure gets you like a playful, like brotherly smack, just the sort of a
my shoulder
on the shoulder. Yeah,
that wound that won't ever heal that you just hit again. You always
Maple, while all of this is going on, you hear in the distance that mournful bird song, and then it kind of gets faster, like kind of changing from a more mournful tune to a more like warning tune almost, and then it stops.
Sorry, you said a more like a warning tune?
Yeah. Somehow the bird sounds like it's sounding the alarm.
Okay. I think I immediately stand up and I'm kind of almost excited about this. And hey, everyone, I think, okay, I don't have time to explain right now, but I think a bird is trying to tell us something. And I feel like we should probably hide or go find a thing that's going to fight us. Probably hide, though. That's smarter. Yeah, that's smarter. We should probably hide. Or we could go find out what it is.
Jenwin, what do you think?
I think she's trying to chart a path between the armor. Like, if we start now and we kind of can dodge through the armor on the ground, maybe we can at least get a little farther before we have to go hide. But she would roll her eyes at Maple if this had not happened. This kind of thing hadn't happened before. So she's like, all right, your bird friend is doing the thing. So let's go. Let's get, like, she's already got her bowl. Is like has it holding ready to just kind of like take off.
Yeah, eat and run, so it sounds like you want to chart a course.
Yes, I would love to chart a course.
That's a move. Let's take a look. When you chart a course for your traveling band, tell a story of the journey and roll plus keen. On a hit, you find a way forward. On a 10+, you come on any obstacles from a position of strength. On a 7 to 9, an unexpected obstacle rears its head. So the prompt here is to tell a story of the journey before your roll. So if you would like to take a look at the possible prompts there in the stories tab, you can also take a look at the story options, unique to your playbook down at the bottom of your playbook column.
Mhm.
But either way, it'll be a story of something that happened over the course of the grand adventure that brought you all the way here in the first place.
Yeah, I think that this, if not this battlefield, then we recognize the armor and the banner that's kind of like over everything as people that as a regiment that we ran into on our way wending forward carrying our little light, and we stayed in camps with this regiment particularly. And I think for somebody who grew up in the swamp, kind of, very cozy houses on stilts, but the idea of being in such a hustling place with so many tall people kind of like arrayed together, it felt safer than some of their jaunts off through the woods. And I think she was kind of tempted to kind of like stay, like maybe we can just walk along with these guys for a while and we don't have to go off on our own again. It's like they seem to know what they're doing. And they also had a lot of cool shiny things that they brought from other places. And it was she's not really big into nature. Janwen's not a nature girl. She's not the biggest into all the toadstools, but I think this was a place that she had wanted to stay, and being here and seeing how just utterly desolated it is really kind of hitting her a little bit hard, kind of like how, like they're the ones with all of the armor, like how are they all wiped out, and us like with our little mushroom stew, we're still walking through here alive.
Yeah.
Like how is this possible? So it's sad. I think it's sad for her, but also makes her really afraid of the whatever is left of the Doomslord.
Can I give a name to that regiment?
I got one if you need one.
Yes, go ahead.
Bright Helms.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one.
Insignia, almost like a sort of a skull cap with the nose guard, but then almost like a, for lack of a better word, a halo that is sort of, coming out like a day star on their banner.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
That. Yeah. It was interesting because it's so shiny and like the metal, and like you don't have helmets where you don't really wear helmets where you're from.
I can't have armor in the swamp. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad idea.
Yeah, you can't swim in armor.
Yeah, gotta travel light.
Sounds great. Yeah, go ahead and roll plus keen as you're picking your way through the the kind of dented armor of these people you once wished you could stay with.
Yeah. So that's a 6 plus a 3 plus a 2, so that's an 11. Did I do
Nicely done. On a hit, you find a way forward. On a 10 plus, you come on any obstacles from a position of strength and confidence. So that's great. That's the full success result here. So yeah, we're gonna see. It maybe takes a minute to convince your companions to rise from their meal, but you will succeed. At getting people to to eat their stew and walk, right? That seems like what we're picturing here. And Janwen is in the lead, moving between kind of more kind of dangerous places, like piles of discarded weapons that might shift and fall, or places fully overgrown by these thorny vines, or like kind of finding the narrow path that weaves among them, and your companions are following along. And I think Lambert, you're the one who spots what must have been what that bird was warning you about, which is up in the sky, another bird, a big bird, a like massive overgrown carrion crow, and it's kind of circling. You see a couple, right? You see one land pretty far away, and you see it like bring down its beak, and with like one peck it punctures one of these like overswelled fruit, and there's just a sort of mini explosion, right? Scattering everywhere. And it makes the scale makes it clear that these crows are huge, right? Because we established this, the fruit is so big compared to you, and the crow is able to just puncture it with a single peck. So clearly the warning was to get moving before these things got too close. There's one up in the sky that's just kind of lazily circling, and you wonder if it spotted you or if it's about to spot you. Lambert, what do you do?
Okay, I think I'm gonna start looking for cover for everyone. It seems like they've got the high ground, and it also doesn't seem like they're interested necessarily in us. But if they saw us, we are, of course, the most alive fruit. So we're going to need a place to hide. And so I think he starts scanning the field for, somewhere to like take a minute until the crows maybe have their fill and move on.
Nice.
It's their move.
So there's hide.
There's just hide, right?
It's one of the peril moves.
There could also be stare into the distance based on what you were just saying.
I was thinking about that too. I could gaze into the distance to search environment for answers.
Yeah, and then you just get to ask a question of me. So it says, first describe what fragment of loveliness in the landscape has caught your eye, then ask one. So this is fun because we've been describing a fairly gnarly battlefield scene, but the move specifies there's something lovely that you spot while you're gazing into the distance.
I think Adam's keyed in on the bird, or Lambert rather, is keyed in on the bird. Sorry, moves like Lambert, and he keys in on the bird, and I think as gnarly and gross as it is, Lambert always tends to key in on like intricacies. And what he's watching is how the bird eats the fruit. And it seems like the birds sort of seem to instinctively know to like puncture and explode and then feed off of the like liquid that they have. Like they are puncturing it in such a way that it explodes, as opposed to trying to rip in, and then feeding on the like liquid rather than the rind. And Lambert is just struck by the instinctual knowledge of these predators and these beautiful animals. Even as scared as he is in the moment, he takes a minute to register that these crows are in fact brilliant.
That's great. Yeah. So where others might just see a threat, you see a finely honed weapon in the arsenal of nature. Go ahead and ask me one of these questions.
Sure. I think what I'm gonna ask is, what am I overlooking? And is that like, are these hunters, are these a threat to us, or are they just after these fruits?
Yeah. The crows are are creatures of nature. They've grown unnaturally large, because of the magic of the Doomslord, because of the uncontrolled magical power that was brought into this place, but at heart they are just birds that have just gotten larger and feed on bigger things, but they haven't become something warped like the hunters are. Does that work for you?
That does work for me. I do have a thing where I can chat with animals, but
That's
I don't.
true. Is that something you want to try?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just not sure what we would get from them.
Maybe simply safe passage, right?
But yes, I think that's yes, that's what I would like to try to do.
Let's take a look at that move. That's the special
my
Wayfinder move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead and read it.
So you have an understanding with wild animals. You know they're not pets. They know you're not prey. When you approach an animal with suitable respect in hopes of helping it or getting help from it, tell a story of the journey and roll plus true. And then there are conditions to that roll.
So the first thing is you approach an animal with suitable respect. Tell me what that looks like.
I mean, that looks very much like, so as people are sort of scrambling and eating, Lambert's sort of vision goes to the horizon. He keys in on the birds. He watches the birds and realizes that they're just after the fruit. And he sort of slows back and then like stands up to his full height, which is not impressive. And he actually he sees like a cart, right, that was like overturned, like some piece of battle, and he actually clambers up onto the cart and then looks Clambert. Yeah, he does the Lambert Clambert. And I think is actually I've known lots of crows in my time, and crows are actually really smart. They're collectors and they love shiny things. And so actually what I do is I approach these crows with a gift. I look around and I pick up like a piece of helm or metal, and I start to like polish it up.
Nice, like a shard of one of the bright helms.
Yeah, absolutely. Is 100% that. If I can, I'm gonna find like a helm, and actually maybe I'm like polishing up the star, like the actual like day star on the that would have been on a helm, and I just like basically stand up and sort of like I'm gonna like make eye contact with one of the crows, do a sort of very curt crowish bow, and then offer him this bangle.
That's great. Well, Jen rolled really well, so we're approaching any challenge from a position of strength. I'm going to go ahead and give you advantage on this roll. So roll 3d6 and take the two highest, and then I believe you add your true at the end.
True, which is just one extra for me. It's a 10. Woo, got that.
Oh, nice.
A 6 and a 3 and a +1.
Yeah. On a 10 plus, the creature asks as you wish. Oh, yeah. And story of the journey. That's primarily kind of the story that you've encountered crows before, I gather.
Yeah, I think I've encountered crows before. I think actually like the story of the journey that I pulled from there would have actually been a moment from like real early on when we were all trying to get to we're trying to find the light, like we're trying to get to our item.
Mm-hmm.
And all of us had to get through a particularly nasty bit of swamp, and I convinced a crow with some baubles from home, some things that I had just had in my pockets, that I had just taken from like actually from our mom's is a big sewer, and I had some needles and thread, and so I actually could offer these crows some needles and thread, and they helped us. They helped us like plot a course like crows. They hopped through like a patch of swamp that we needed to get through and showed us where we could stand. And I was like, I know about crows.
Great. I love that we're cutting back and forth then between you offering these like normal sized crows, some like shiny needles, and then you offering this massive crow of shard of the bright helm, Daystar helmet, right? And then
actually to really make it pretty, it's probably a piece of a spear.
Nice.
Like
So
big,
the same shape as the needle.
they can use. Yeah, so it's just like a big war needle for the big war.
The crow like cocks its head like all the way on the side, and then hops forward and like surprisingly delicately uses its beak to take the needle from you, and then kind of just like puffs out its chest and gives a little like caw. All around the other massive carrion crows kind of like caw in response, and you get the sense that it's acknowledging that you've paid tribute, and the crows will ignore you, right?
Everybody, I think we're cool.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you return to your companions, you'll be able to walk unmolested out of the steel sown field as the crows descend and start feasting on those strange fruit growing up in the detritus of battle. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
I think Janwin turned around just to see Lambert striding up onto the highest thing. Like, what is happening? Like, oh no. And then sees him get out of it perfectly fine, and is just like, okay, this okay. It's just like, good on you. I assume you're gesticulating to let the rest of us know that it's totally fine.
Yeah, maybe the cause from all around probably draw everyone, and I turn around and like I said before, not a lot of talking. I think is he's sort of Lambert turns, looks at everybody, and just goes like.
I love the concept of maybe in that flashback where you go back to the earlier one, we see that Refren was chastising you because Mother gave us those needle and thread right before we left for our journey, and you're just giving them away to these crows, and is kind of dressing you down and trying to older brother with you. And as you finish up this time and you come off in this kind of slightly more at ease position that we've reached this evening, he just reaches his hand out to help you get down off of this giant mucky weeping fruit instead.
It is accepted. Yeah,
very good. And Lambert, think about
we sort of continue out of the field, out of the area. I think Maple is impressed by Lambert's move, and so she also is trying to quickly polish up some helms and spears and leave them out for the crows to be like, I'm doing it too. That's I'm also cool like he is.
I also want to let you guys know that Cow is also deeply jealous of what Lambert just did, because he has a set of tamed crows at the school he works at and goes by the moniker King of Crows. If you search hashtag King of Crows and Cowshay at the same time on any social media platform.
Because if I did it, it would be 2 on the nose. So the fact that you did it without prompting makes me happy, but also, it's not a cliche for you to do it, where it would be old hat for me to do it, because all I talk about all the time is crows.
Tell you what, man, I had a algebra teacher in high school that had a crow, and that's what all this was like. And what was that thing's name? It was something absurd. It was like Mr. Wiggles level ridiculous, and she used to bring it to class sometimes. And you know what it could do? It could roll dice, which was pretty cool.
Hey, there you go. It all ties in.
Let's just get our establishing shot of our next kind of set piece, and then we'll take our first break. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
Great. The next site our characters will be moving through is the Great Sapphire Bridge. And I'm going to ask Maple to help me paint the scene. What shows you that this bridge was built for far larger beings than you?
I think what it is it's almost like a plank bridge, like a not like a rope bridge, but it's just there are columns with like individual planks, but each plank is like 10 feet separated from the previous plank. So somebody way bigger than us could easily walk from plank to plank if their legs are, 20 feet long or something. But it still is the easiest place to cross, but it's a matter of like continually crossing and recrossing these 10-foot gaps to get across.
Oh man, that's amazing. So like some like giant beings used to be able to just walk across it like stepping stones.
Yeah.
But for our little adventurers, it is going to be a challenge. I love it. Let's take 10 and be back at about half past the hour.
Yep.
Sounds
We
great.
are playing back again from the Broken Land with an amazing crew of people, but with the one of the authors, Alexi, GMing for us. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will be back at 30 minutes after or till the hour, both of them, right here on Plus One. So stay tuned. And we are live again here on Plus One EXP, our role for content live play of Back Again from the Broken Land. My name's Tony Vicinda. You can find me at Tony Vicinda across pretty much all social platforms. You can find our brand also at Plus One EXP across almost any platform. We'd love to connect with you if you have a game that you want to come on and teach us how to play that you've designed, or if you just want to catch out some great upcoming indie RPG content. That's what we do here. And we do also polished reviews over on our YouTube channel. But we're going to get right back into play. I'm going to have the players just introduce themselves real quick, and we'll end with Alexi, our GM and the creator of Back Again, so he can take us right back into the action. But Cal, tell people where they can find you and who you are.
Hey, I'm Cowshay. You can find me at Cowshay online, and I'm what many people call the bad boy of amateur high school librarians.
Ken, tell people, top that.
I can't. But I'm Ken Breeze. You can find me at Burling's Beard, like Merlin with a B and a G on the end. I've been working in TTRPG since about 2010. I'm a creative consultant, narrative designer, event manager, and GM for hire in the New York City area. You can find me on Twitch, or rather on Twitter at Burling's Beard, or check out my storytelling podcast called Board Ghost, where we've also played some of Alexi's games, including the great Soul Train Robbery last year, which was really fun.
Awesome. Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle Bilta, and you can find me at Bilta House on Twitter for just general rants about whatever is happening at the time, usually nerdy related. Yeah.
I also just got your Twitter handle for the first time.
I had to clarify to somebody. I was like, I'm not. She was like, I thought you were an architect. I'm like, not an architect. No, sorry. Oops. I just didn't even. I've been saying it so often to explain how to spell my last name that I don't even register it anymore.
And one of my top 10 favorite Alex Murrays are Alex Murray. Alex, how's it going?
Yeah, suck it, other Alex Murrays. There are a bunch of you, and you're not as me. I'm R. Alex Murray. I'm all over the internet at R. Alex Murray. I've got a podcast where I do psychic readings of Garfield comics. Check that out. It's called Miss Sonia. Fun.
And then our GM facilitator and the designer of Back Again from the Broken Land, Alexi. Alexi, tell people where they can find out more about. Actually, I hate to do this. I meant to grab this during the thing. Everybody's gonna have to watch me grab the Kickstarter link because I don't want to forget again. When you say it, I want to be able to drop it in the link. So sorry, everybody on stream for me breaking the curtain. But there you go. Alexi, tell people a little bit about who you are, where they can find you, and then take us back into the game whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. So I'm Alexi Sargent. I do game design under the handle Cloven Pine Games. This game, Back Again from the Broken Land, is one I collaborated on with my wife, Leah Sargent, who's a wonderful writer and gamer in her own right. The game tells the story of small adventurers making the long walk back home after participating in the Great War against the Doomslord. And in our particular telling, we've learned about a Doomslord who was a warlord amassing magical powers that strained the fabric of creation itself. And our heroes were a small group who brought a light to a hero in a dark place. And now they are making their way back to their hometown, a hometown that is full of kind of fireflies and swamps and croaking critters and houses on stilts. And last we saw, they had moved away from the steel-sown field after making peace with the kind of massive crows that had come to rule the roost there. And they were arriving at the Great Sapphire Bridge, and we heard about how the bridge was clearly built for beings far larger than our adventurers. There are these kind of individual planks on columns, and there are big gaps between each plank, such that a giant could step across them easily, like stepping stones. But for our protagonists, it might be a little bit more difficult. Let me get solicit one more detail about this whole scene. Refren, can you tell me why the bridge is called the Great Sapphire Bridge?
Yeah, so the reason it's called the Great Sapphire Bridge is because it is built, the area that it covers used to be one of the areas that was just rich in just kind of sapphire mines. So this whole area used to be a rich land, kind of filled with. I mean, you would see usually on each side there was this kind of city that straddled each side of this, that was fed by all of the wealth from the sapphire mines. That were very early on. I mean, probably before any of us were alive, and the Doom Lord's initial rise to conquest were destroyed by that. And so this entire land has become desolate since then, and all that remains of this massive, tract of wealth and prosperity is this single bridge that he used to bring his forces out across this divide and into the rest of the land.
Oh, fantastic. When you say divide, are you picturing that there's still a flowing river here, or it's like a dry like canyon at
No,
this point?
it's dry and desolate. So it's more of a it's really more of a sharp crevice than it is anything else. Yeah, the reality is we can't see the bottom of it. And so whether it's a canyon precisely or not, we have to kind of cross the length of this thing, and it's not a short bridge. This, as was mentioned before, the creatures who built this bridge were humongous and had these big, long strides. So, as much as it might seem humongous to us, even for them, it was kind of a dwarfing move of engineering to be able to span this gap.
So, how are we going to do it? Who wants to describe the approach you guys are taking, and possibly roll to chart a course to see how well it's going?
I think I'll pick up on that. If that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, go for it, Refren.
We kind of look across, and Refren, he takes he feels a kind of a pain in his shoulder as he takes a swig out of this never-ending draught that he has with him to kind of quell the pain. And he looks across the way. He actually has come here more often than anybody else. There was a time when he was a small child. The wound that he has was actually inflicted on him earlier in life. It's not from the battle, though it has worsened over the course of it. He received this wound when one of the members of the Doom Lord's forces came by their hometown early on in the campaign and stabbed him in the shoulder with a sharp and foreign blade, one of these magical items that the Doom Lord was amassing. And his parents came here with him seeking a wise healer at one point in time. So he's actually crossed this bridge more often than anybody else. And he knows that as hard as it is to cross the spans in the middle, that at their size, they can move towards the edges. And there's a small ledge that, though very narrow and impossible for larger creatures to travel, that we are able to more easily navigate across this ledge. It's still pretty perilous, but it's the easiest way to move from one plank to the other without having to kind of build some sort of, or construct some sort of device or try to make it over the top, is to try to traverse these simple ledges.
Can I pitch you something here?
Yeah.
Sapphire is what the sword was made out of.
I love it.
Thus, the healer of the Sapphire Bridge had specialized knowledge. Maybe they couldn't help you, but at least that may be a reason. And we could even take that further, that the Doom Lord
of them having been equipped with different kind of like weapons from the raw materials of the earth that inflict these and some of them inflict these kind of preternatural wounds.
And presumably they still like glow blue, under when magic is present.
Right. And so I got to roll.
You're traversing via these small ledges. To be honest, I'm not quite sure I'm picturing what those are. Is it that the
rain gutters just on either side of the bridge is sort of what I was seeing.
Yeah, I was actually thinking more like, imagine that it's giant. There's giant girders on each side, like steel girders, and that the actual things that span it are wedged in between them, right? And so for larger creatures, they wouldn't necessarily be able to fit in that space between. So for them, it's just, we were wedging things in. We don't need to close up that small side. We can easily walk over the top. But for more, a human could fit, though it would be hard. For us, it's a little bit easier to just walk straight and upright, though it is very narrow. It's just enough space for those things to have been wedged in.
Got it.
And then
So because you're smaller, you can walk along those rather than trying to swing a grappling hook from big stepping stone to big stepping stone.
So there's worked let's probably stone above us, and we're walking on this just very narrow like passage of stone in between each one also too.
So would you say then that it's like we're just open on the side, like we're just
it's open on the side. It goes straight down.
No railing,
just straight up. There may be railings on some of them, like from when people have passed this way before, but it's not a consistent thing. Like it's like sometimes there's a rope, sometimes there's not. We're tied together, edging our way along. Yeah, and so I rolled an 8, and so. With my keen, that was not a great roll, but I rolled an 8. So
on a hit, you find a way forward. On a 7 through 9, an unexpected obstacle rears its head. How is this land different than you remember? So you tell me a little bit how it's different, and I'll make sure we get an obstacle out of that.
Yeah, I think that there is something that has destroyed a large span of the side that we start making our way down as we kind of move forward. The side that we're traversing on as we come over one of the ledges is completely shorn away, and the area on both sides is kind of compromised because of that. So there's it's actually made whatever impacted with this space, it seems, has even made the stone that we were passing on brittle in the areas surrounding it. So maybe the first hint we get is a little bit of a like, hey, we step in a spot and the stone actually just shears away, and we have that moment where Referent leading the way kind of looks straight down at that spot where a foot just went through and sees down into the depths as the fog kind of swirls below. And then as we come up over the other side, as we're pulling up, we see some of that stone crumble away again, and we realize that we've entered not only to a place where the side we were traveling on is gone, but that all the stonework itself has become compromised.
Yeah. You hear the distant plink down far below as the stone falls. Too far to see, of course, with all that fog swirling beneath you. Lambert, what do you say when you start to realize that Referen's path here is not as sturdy as you would hope?
Well, there were 2 sides, so we picked the wrong one. And I sort of like smirk. The old sibling competitiveness comes back. But we've got to do something, right? We can't. So I'm sorry. Can we go? We can't go back either. We're sort of stuck where we are.
You could try going back and see what happened.
Sure. I guess I'm gonna start looking around. Just crumble. What are you gonna do? We still gotta get over here. We should probably get over it fast, right?
What did this though? Why is this happening? This wasn't like this when we came this way before. It looks pockmarked, brittle, pitted.
Maybe the acid spewing hunters.
Perhaps.
Don't say their names. I'm just kidding.
Huh.
All I'm hearing is we gotta go fast. We gotta go faster. that's yeah.
If they are still somewhere around here, I think you're right, Janwin. I'm worried if we head back, we may be in a worse position.
Do I have some handy like rope or something that I can use to like maybe it's like a small, like one of those small crossbows that has rope attached to it or something like that, or that I can just
like
shoot across a gap.
Green Arrow style. You shoot your crossbow and then hope test the rope. Hope it held on the other side.
Yeah, I think that
you've got a move for pulling something out when you could really use a small piece of gear.
yeah, I think I'm something of a collector, and that is I think that as she's sizing up the problem here, she's realizing that she has like can tie some rope to this little contraption that she found, because so on the way, as we were traversing around kind of in camps, out of camps, through the woods, around all these places, I think in one of these times when we were sheltered by some friendly like ranger type people, and I think that all that she had with her initially was just like a kind of like a wooden staff type deal. And I think that, and part of the like these sort of rangers are like, oh yeah, you can help us, come find food for tonight and we'll put you up and stuff like that. And while she's kind of rolling her eyes, every I think probably Beholder is like, yeah, let's do that. And it's just like joining in with them. Jen's like, oh my gosh. And so she's trying to poke around with this, and the ground was still like the hunters had clearly been through here, and she hit a piece of like that either gemstone or something with it while trying to forage for stuff, and it just shattered her like staff here. It was like something that was like some sort of really hard metal, iron, or gemmy kind of weapon. And like that was just kind of the worst, because she's like, all right, now what, I don't have any more weapons. And they're like, oh, don't worry, we've actually, and they're kind of like, we'll get you one, but then they're rummaging around and they're trying to find something small enough, and the closest thing they have is like a little bow thing that they use probably to like set a trap, kind of like a cross, like set a tripwire for animals or something like that. And they're like, this would probably be lethal for you, right? And so she's just kind of like, okay, like this is really big and obnoxious, it's small for them, but I think it's probably been pretty large for her to lug around.
So she's been carrying this on her back the whole time, basically.
Yeah, basically it's just been like, this is weighing her down. It's not stealthy, it's really not her thing. But looking at this gap that they have to do, she's really seeing that this might actually be helpful. Like it's kind of like gesturing for somebody to kind of like hold me up so that I don't, like, while I'm trying to balance this, I don't overbalance into this huge canyon. But if you guys can like hang on to her to kind of steady her, then she can attempt to kind of shoot it across the gap to give us something to hold on to or balance on.
All right, so we got a story of the journey. It sounds like how your weapon was shattered is part of the origin story for this this crossbow.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll plus keen, and that'll tell us a little about how you've come into possession of this crossbow.
Okay. Oh boy. Well, that's a no. Wait, that is a 3 plus a 2 keen, so that's still a 5.
So actually, at this moment, then I think what I would like to do is I see the move pull together, and so I would like to. I think Maple is kind of anxious about this. She, I don't know how much Maple trusts these, broken machines and everything, and she's as eager as anyone to go onward. But I think she is the one that's there at hand, and I'm not sure if I'm using this move correctly, but I think basically she's gonna go up and she's watching as Janwin starts to sort of prepare this and get everything ready. And at the last moment, I think she actually calls out, and Maple says, "Oh, I think it's actually tangled right there. The rope is still tangled right here. Is that? I don't know if it should be tangled like that. So I'm sorry to bother you, but I just don't. I just want to make sure that you don't get hurt or fall off. So
That's great.
And I will help as well. It seems like it takes two people to help bear the burden. As I say, let the wind die down. Remember, when you shattered your staff, it was because the stone was too thick.
She just kind of like is like, yes. It's like, yep. And
I will take on a
So-
burden, unnamed. We both do.
to read
Yeah.
that the text for that move that we're doing together. It's a move called Pull Together.
Yeah,
It says,
go for it.
when you want to protect a fellow companion from the results of their role, 2 other members of the fellowship may each take an unnamed burden to allow the original companion to re-roll one of their dice. Whatever that new roll is stands, be it better or worse.
Yeah, so this is the teamwork move. So it, that's why it calls on 2 of you to step in and help. So you've done so. Take your burdens. Something about this reminds you of something weighing on you, and you have the chance to name that whenever you'd like. In the process of making a move. But for the moment, we get to go back to Janwin. Janwin, re-roll one of those dice and see if you get something better.
ooh, okay, that is good because I'm still adding keen.
Still adding keen.
Okay, so now that's a 4 plus a 2, which is a 6 plus a 2, which is 8. So
Okay,
not
there
too-
we go. So that means your something of a collector goes up to a 7 through 9. On a hit, you've somehow come into possession of just such a useful object during your travels. And 7 through 9, there's been a misunderstanding of some sort. Surely nothing that couldn't be cleared up, but the original owner believes you stole the item and has ways to cause problems for you. So there's a vicious rumor going around that this crossbow wasn't a gift freely given, but in fact something you stole.
I started that.
What
crossbow.
can we call them the Bramblewood Rangers?
Yes.
We have a name for this group of rangers that outfitted you. Will they or nil they?
Yeah.
But
I mean, she's got a story about it for sure.
yeah, she's got her story. I like it. So Jen, when you're lining up your shot and then just firing that to hopefully what are you gonna like rappel along it or climb overhand?
I think it's that kind of like if everything's totally gone over it, I think that that just sort of like climbing along it or yeah. And kind of still able to use your feet to push off of whatever pieces of like railing or the front and the back of the planks. So
nice. So you've created this this line that basically everyone can hang off of, and then for the places where there's gaps or the places where things like crumble under your feet, you can hold on to this. I love it. Yeah, is everyone following Janwin?
Yeah, I think Maple Leaf is eager to just jump on and start going. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry too. I was like, I mean, yes, following, but I assume we do some shoring up. I don't know. That's not this game.
I think Maple really does not do any shoring up. As soon as the line is there, she's just like, "All right, sounds good. Let's do it. Let's go. I'll go across and see what's next."
yeah, I think Janwin was like slightly taken aback by Maple's like accurate help and was going to be like, Thank you, but she's like already taking off. Like doesn't even have a chance to be like, thanks. Okay, you know what? I'll catch you later.
Anyone, including folks who just took on a burden there, if you think you have a name for an unnamed burden, right? Kind of by virtue of making these rolls, you have the chance to, if you so desire, name a burden.
I would love to do that. The burden that I will name was the person who was with us who fell into the fog.
Oh man, a lost companion on the way here.
Not only a lost companion, but someone that we maybe even wanted to fall into the fog because they were not what they seemed. They were, in fact, some sort of were creature, and they had been traveling with us. And up until that point, everything had been going fairly well. They were maybe more martial than we were, perhaps more inclined to battle, taller, bigger, maybe even believed very deeply in bringing the light to the hero. Maybe we thought they were the hero at one point past. However, during a short rest on the other side of this sapphire bridge, they revealed their true self. And somehow in that conflagration, they fell into the fog and we did not see them again.
They fell or they were pushed?
I don't know. I kind of feel like we pushed them. I kind of feel like we did. But I don't know. There was a struggle. So whether they slipped and fell or someone pushed them, maybe up to someone else's story. But this is the burden, at least that I am revealing, that fall, that loss, definitely weighs upon Bahaldur.
Oh man, yeah. And so let's give that a punchy name. Is it fallen companion? Is it the where is the where creature? Like what do we put in our sheet for this?
Leadership for Baldur, like since you're sort of the captain of the crew.
Sure. I think where's the where is really good, Alexi.
Okay, yeah. To be clear to anyone watching, you don't have to give a punny name to your burdens. That's purely supererogatory. Fantastic. All right.
So as I'm going over the line, I'm just like, I'm steely eyed. Like my warmth fades, my worn look definitely comes to the fore, and I try and steel myself, not looking down.
Yeah. No, never look down.
Never look down.
Refren, are you also on the line, clambering along?
Yes. I think it takes me a bit more to kind of steel myself up for it. I find myself kind of gazing down into the swirling mist below and like reach up to touch my shoulder before gently kind of trying to pull myself up onto the line and start to slide across with primarily using my legs more so than my upper body strength.
Yeah, absolutely. As you're moving along, Refren, you hear this this kind of echoing, wailing sound from down below, like. Do you look down?
Do I look down?
I mean, if you feel it's a struggle, we can.
No, what I'm actually thinking is like specifically given my character's specific ability, this actually might be even a time to use Laden with Doom, just on the hearing of these things, right? Essentially, I would like to assume that I somewhat know what these things are already from my journeys. As I think how that is that part of how that works.
Yeah, you're the turncoat. You have insight into the hunters and the other terrible perils associated with the Doomslord. So you can tell a story of the journey that explains your terror, and then roll plus keen.
So as this noise comes above, I actually starts to rise up from below. It's not the first time or even the second time that I've heard these noises. Again, we traveled this way as I had this wound from being a young child, and this is a common place where individuals would fall off this bridge. Like, we lost the companion on the way here, but even as we were approaching this bridge, there's many dark tales about people who, as they cross this bridge, as they go across the length of this expanse, and as you get towards the middle and can't see either side, are driven mad, and choose to and lose hope and end up just letting go and falling down into the abyss. And some people think that's what happened to our companions. Some people know otherwise. But this place has this air of mystery around it. And I remember back to my father telling me this journey, this story from when I was a child and we were coming this way. And then I remember recounting it to our companions as we journeyed this way originally. And I took it lightly, and I assumed in large part that it was a joke until as we were crossing over at the very end, I looked back and I saw these eyes, these kind of bright, swirling yellow eyes peering out from beneath the fog, almost as if they were calling me down into the depths themselves the first time.
So that's our story. Now go ahead and roll plus keen.
That is 8 again.
All right. On a hit, you offer insight that gives everyone in the fellowship advantage on evading the danger. But on 7 through 9, take a named burden as you recall being in the Doomslord's grip. Another burden for you, Refren.
Yay!
And a chance to give it a name that reflects how you were used by the Doomslord.
The Doomlord actually primarily approached me to. My primary task when I was in the grasp of the Doomlord was to bring fear into the heart of our party. So my constant telling of these stories of worry and woe on the way there, these constant call outs to the terror that surrounds us, played on my more melancholic nature. It was always something of a trait. And it's the reason that the Doomlord's minions recruited me into this task. It was to continually spin these webs of kind of horror for them. And at one point, I think this got found out before I returned and came back. It was discovered that I was constantly sowing these kind of rifts. And so
how are you in contact with him?
Do what?
How are you in contact with the Doomlord? Like,
That's a story for another time. I think there was a sense of more of a sense of I was kind of compelled towards this behavior. There was basically a pact that was struck where I would have this feeling of a desire to inflict fear in those around me. And whenever I did that, it would soothe the pain in the wound that I had, but it would also cause it to fester. So it would feel better, but get worse at the same time. And so every time I gave into it, there would be a feeling of relief and release. And so, and now I've lost the thread on what actual piece of thing I'm supposed to be doing as the final point. I told the story.
No worries. You're naming a burden, and it sounds like the burden is compelled to instill fear or something like that, right? Like, the move prompts you to take a named burden, actually. So this is in addition to your current burdens. You're going up to 4 burdens
I'm
total.
going up to a 4th burden of a max of 5 before I am crushed underneath the
Buckle
weight
under
of
the
them.
weight.
Somebody cook something.
Somebody cook something for this poor man.
Oh my gosh.
I think really the burden is about the fact that I did these things. Like it was actually the fact that I was willing to. So I think Agent of Fear is actually more
Nice.
is the name of the burden, that I allowed myself to be used in that way.
Agent of Fear, that's great. But so here's a question. The move you've just done, Laden with Doom, specifies that your story of terror is going to be helpful. Are you?
That's the part of the plot that I missed. Thank you very much.
Are you presenting it in a different way than when you used to be just trying to instill fear in your companions, at the behest of the Doomslord?
Yeah, I think that I search my memory, and on the first, with every good tale of terror, especially ones that parents tell children, there's always kind of the out, right? The lesson, the secret piece of homespun wisdom that allows you to overcome whatever that boogeyman or that unseen terror is. And so I think back to I think back to what my father told me when I was a child, and for the first time I start to recollect, like, what is the thing that protects you against these creatures. And then I remember that it is that for these creatures specifically, that it is whistling. That these creatures that their high deep, or their deep kind of anguished cries are driven away by the simplest and brightest of tunes. And so I tell everybody that we need to whistle.
So as these terrible sounds start wafting up from below, Bahaldor, what do you do?
Oh, I take out my magic whistle, obviously, when I start using it. I have a whistle that can always be heard, as it is more of a sort of, the best way I can put it is sort of like a mithril silvery, like recorder almost.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm sort of like one hand hanging, one little stubby leg, like trying to touch the sapphire bridge to give me a little bit of purchase as I whip out this whistle and just start playing it as best as I can.
This is amazing. I think we're trying to overcome an obstacle. I think you definitely get advantage thanks to the insight proffered by your turncoat friend Refren. Let's decide what stat this is. It's either swift, keen, or true, and this move lets you kind of choose whichever you think is most appropriate.
I think keen or true are probably the way to go here. Does anyone else have an idea of what they think?
I think true feels the most
Right.
correct based on what we're like.
Well,
And you're rolling for everybody?
I'm making a negotiate obstacle. Yes.
Okay.
So the idea is that if this is successful enough, Bahaldor's whistling will drown out the sound and keep everyone safe.
Okay.
And it just so happens I have a +2 to true, which gives me a 6 + 4 is 10.
Yay.
On a 10+, you solve the problem handily. So give me a sense just of this the tune that you're playing and how it kind of enfolds your companions and keeps them from being drawn down to stare into that that dangerous mist below.
Of course, this whistling tune is one that is known to us from home. It is better when it is accompanied by sort of the croaking of toads, which certain instruments of our homeland do replicate. But it is known mostly as sort of the sort of best way I can put it is sort of the dance of the fireflies. Is the name sort of this type of tune. So it is lilting. It almost has sort of a will o' the wisp feel to it, where there's bobbing lights in the distance that bring you home instead of bring you to danger. And so this whistling from this recorder rings throughout sort of this canyon for a moment, counteracting these cries of pain, anguish, and just sort of terror from below us.
That's fantastic. Yeah, with that accompaniment, all five of you, make it across, holding on to Janwin's rope and buoyed by Bahaldur's song, you're able to pull yourselves up on the opposite side of this ravine you've crossed, and the Sapphire Bridge is now behind you.
I did forget when we were starting, but I do want to, as I just finished a move and then we did all that, I do want to name one of my other wounds, which is a move you can take when you take another move, and I keep on forgetting to do in the moment when I do it, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Whenever you make another homeward bound move, you can also choose to remember and name a burden.
Right. I want to name the wound that drives as another burden of mine. And so
yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense based on what we've started to learn about this overall character. So you've got 4 burdens, 3 of them named, 1 of them unnamed.
Can I name a burden as well?
Yeah. You helped out when the crossbow was being wielded here. What would you like to name?
I'm trying to. I have an idea, but I'm trying to put it in a way that that works. I wanted to. So I don't know if I want to explain this whole idea yet, but I just want to describe as Maple Leaf successfully crosses the rope, as I believe Bahaldur continues playing this lovely lilting tune from their home, and she gets across the Sapphire Bridge, which, to be clear, that's sort of the delineation between the Broken Lands and the rest of the land. Is that true?
Yeah, that seems to be
territory, but we're officially out of the Broken Lands now.
I think so. That seemed to be what was implied by the way we'd been describing the geography earlier.
So I think as she sort of climbs to safety and this happy lilting tune is still playing, this huge smile spreads across her face as she's just so happy to be hearing the music of her home, that it looks like all of her friends are safe and they made it out of the Broken Lands. And then all of a sudden just a darkness crosses her face, and actually she suddenly gasps and shudders for a minute and kind of holds her chest. But the moment kind of passes and she straightens up again, but she no longer looks particularly happy. And I'm actually going to put the burden as a fear of happiness.
Ooh. Oh, what a burden. Man. All right. So for our other companions, what does it look like as you arrive, on the other side of the Sapphire Bridge? Lambert, give me a sense of what that looks like.
Lambert had started singing the song as Beholder was playing it, and almost as he was bringing up the rear, wanted to let my brother go first, and so as he spotted him and started whistling, and that maybe he Beholder in.
Hey Alex, you're getting real clippy for me. I don't know if that's anybody else.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Well, you just came in strong there.
Yeah. My back.
All of it.
Cool.
I think so.
Bringing up the rear, Lambert sort of was not on the rope when the howl started happening and the whistling started as well. And when it did, he realized that the song from home was what was keeping them at bay, what was helping. He sort of left like excited onto the rope and started like very fast and singing the words to the song because um, this is a song that our father taught us when we were very very young. When he was teaching us to whistle, and he would always he would tell us to whistle like the night it just the darkness in general, and then specifically these monsters. Um, and as they get off the other side, he's sort of been laughing and singing. And you realize he's sort of keeping silent to himself. He brushes some tears away, and uh, the burden that I'd like to do is something along the lines of blood is thicker than water.
We're losing you again.
Oh, man. Something along the lines of blood is thicker than water. He left happily. He took his mother's gifts and gave them to Rose. He's been giving his brother hell the whole time, and especially once he learned that Reverend had been Doom Lord. And I think about the time that Reverend, whenever he turned, whenever he had his moment, which I'll let Tony have. That was definitely when Lambert realized how much he loved his family. Without even thinking about it, he left his mom, he left his dad, and like it all just came crushing down on him in that moment. Like right before the climax part, where how much he actually wanted to go home. And this song of home, and he's worried he'd never see him again, worried that he would perish out here without getting to get back home and tell his parents that he survived all of this because of them. So yeah, that's his. I guess it's fear of regret. Then is our name burden.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Alex, give your chords a little jiggle for me.
Okay. Yeah, was that all rough? Sorry.
It was all pretty. I mean, there were parts where it was clear, but a lot of it was rough.
But I think we got the sense of what Lambert's thinking about, right? It's a lot about his family and how easily he left them and how much he wants to be back with them. Fantastic. Adventurers, you've crossed the Great Sapphire Bridge. You're on the other side of it. The landscape is like notably more alive here, right? Like some of that kind of feeling of brokenness that pervaded the land you were in has lifted. Maple, give me one thing you notice that helps tell you you've made it, right?
You're muted.
Oh.
I think the first thing that Maple notices is that in the Broken Land, there was frequently wind, but it was either a hot or very cold wind. And now that they are across the chasm and back into the less broken lands, at least, that's actually the first thing she notices, is that there's just like a pleasant breeze. It's not a fast wind. It's not uncomfortable. It's not dusty and dry and unpleasant, and it's not frigid and sapping energy out of them. It's just there's a pleasant breeze. She can smell something that smells maybe a little bit like cinnamon or something like that. It's just sort of a a pleasant, spicy smell in the air that is just, you know, the ambient temperature and everything has just finally become bearable. And it was like something she didn't even realize she was internally steeling herself against while they were in the Broken Lands. But now that they are out, it's like, oh, finally, it's just a pleasant temperature and there's not a horrible odor in the air.
That's great. I love that. I love that smell of cinnamon. I think I'll expand on that. I think you look around and you see, just a little ways in the distance, what looks to be a small caravan, and there's a campfire. There's clearly some people gathered round, and perhaps making food right this moment. What do you do?
I think as soon as Maple sees them, she runs straight for them. She's like in this moment of just like, we are officially not in the Broken Lands. We are, she had this sort of moment of euphoria, and she just throws caution to the wind, which I think is relatively her jam anyway. But she just runs up to them, and as she approaches, she doesn't even greet them. She just starts telling them what the smell of their food reminds her of, and like asking if that's what they're making.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. So like as you're charging over, the people around the campfire are like getting up in confusion, like somebody's grabbing for like a staff or something, like who's this person charging in? And Maple starts in with, what do you say?
I think she just immediately starts running up like, is that some sort of like turtle cake? My grandparents, whenever I would sleep over at their house, they would always make these what they call turtle cakes. It's really just a cake that you cook in a turtle shell, but it's so spicy, and everything you're making right now, it just reminds me of waking up on a crisp morning in the swamp with the turtle cakes just coming out from on top of the fire. And is that what you're making? How? I don't even think there's turtles out there. Are there?
Yeah, and so I take it we're invoking your special volunteer move here.
I think so.
This is guileless. When you approach a stranger and tell a story of home, they are compelled to respond in kind with the story of their home. This might create goodwill, but if not, it will at least distract them long enough for someone to get the drop on them. But in this case, you're asking about turtle cake. The people here, they're wearing colorful robes. They don't look very much like swamp dwellers. In fact, they even have, I think their caravan is pulled by something that looks like a big shaggy camel, right? Like bigger and shaggier than any camels in our world, but definitely suggesting they come from a place that's drier, right? And so like what's that?
Like a woolly mammoth camel?
Yeah, like a woolly mammoth camel. That's great.
Awesome.
Pulling them through the high cold plateaus of their homeland, and so the woman who seems to be in charge of this group says, "Greetings, stranger. I'm afraid we are not familiar with turtle cakes or turtle shells, but this this bread we are making comes from our home, and we have saved some of our spices to remind us of the place that was taken from us by the Doomslord. We are in search of a new home, but when we arrive, we will plant trees to grow our spices once again and remember our ancestors and the land that they gave to us."
Maple is like really touched by this and says like, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I wish, I mean, it's hard to plant things where we live, but I mean, if you wanted to come, you could. Well, we mostly live in water, so I feel like if you're planting trees, there's really only like a few kinds of trees that grow right out of the water, and I don't know if your trees would be that, but I'm so hopeful that you can find somewhere to live again. I don't have anything that I could give for you to plant because I think the only food I have back from home is I have like this is my last piece of otter cheese, and she holds out this like this small wheel of cheese, which I think unlike the their tastes sort of match up with this smell of this cinnamon bread. But meanwhile, the otter cheese just smells kind of muddy and well.
Right. It smells like home, but not necessarily to these people.
Yeah. But she offers it to them, and she's definitely secretly hoping that they'll share the cinnamon bread with her, but she also doesn't say that out loud. She's just like, if I offer you my gross cheese, maybe you'll give me that warm bread that reminds me of my grandparents.
After Maple ran ahead, did the rest of you follow on her tail? Let's see. Bahaldor, what do you think?
Yes, 100%. If not second behind Maple, coming after her, sort of popping up from the shadows into the sort of campfire and sort of putting a hand on Maple's shoulder and saying, "Take heart, travelers. The Doom Lord has been defeated. These lands are safe for the time being once again. I'm so sorry of your loss, but I'm so hopeful for your future and for the traditions that you will continue to bring and cultivate. I am Bahaldor. We are a traveling band, much like yourself, seeking home. Perhaps we can share a campfire and share a story."
Lambert is riding a woolly camel.
Like, yeah. Oh yeah, you arrive, you're like doing this location, then you turn and you see that Lambert has like jumped up on one of these beasts. And,
Right.
Janwin is hanging back and maybe gazing into the distance a little bit. I think that the same, like that same scent of what is of cooking, and the fact that like the beautiful, like the way the grass and the trees seem more alive, like there's more color in the landscape now, and like things seem more alive, is reminding her of home, and it's actually giving her a tiny bit of a sense of dread of getting back home again, and that this is like such a lovely cozy thing. And I kind of want to name a burden, but I'd first want to ask if, like, what do we remember learning about these people? Like, is there something that we either learned about them beforehand, or perhaps the better question is, what are we overlooking by charging just whole hog into it?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So we heard what fragment of loveliness in the landscape has caught your eye. This sense of color and life here. You want to know something in between. What am I overlooking, and what do I remember learning about these people? Yeah, I think what you remember is that that some of these people were enslaved by the Doomslord, and so you remember seeing these woolly camels kind of all outfitted in armor, right, and like turned into beasts of war in the Doomslord's army. But the people here, they seem a little worn, a little run down, but they don't seem like they've seen war, right? Like they look kind of tired and threadbare, but not like they've been through battle. So you may have seen people that they knew on the other side, but they haven't been in the battle themselves. Does that work for you as an answer?
Yes, that's great. I think that is probably what was nagging at her mind being before charging along. And this sense of returning home, I think for her is reminding her of a little brother she has back home who is a little ragtag guy. She likes to say like he looks just like me, except he has hair that's like the color of straw and he's super skinny and he's running around a lot, so he's kind of nothing like looks nothing like me. Um, but I think that it reminds her that she has to find, and he's like doing okay, like it's kind of just them, and he's not yet old enough, I think, to be out of like a kind of orphanage type place, but she's worried that she won't be able to provide for him, and I think that just like worried about providing in a more traditional way than she's been able to
I mean,
during wartime.
yeah, more traditional than just stealing things from other people.
Yeah. I mean, it's working out here, but not so much back home. It's a small town, you know. Everybody knows everybody.
Refren, are you coming to the campfire, or do you notice that Janwin seems to be hesitating and keeping her distance?
I think I do, but also I think given Refren's background, he's not inclined to push people who feel like they need space, unless they give some sort of clear indication that they do. He knows that sometimes like that space is desired and actually sometimes even helpful, as much as it can be kind of a double-edged blade. And so I don't think at this point he probably pushes in on that, but he is coming closer, having kind of had a few moments over the course of the day that have let him kind of backtrack on some of the transgressions that he's made over the course of the day. He's in, I think curious spirits might be the most interesting way to take it. And he sees Maple holding out this otter cheese in this kind of delightfully innocent way and trying to coax these foreigners into like, you know, swapping hot cakes or, you know, turtle cakes for it, or camel cakes as they may call them. And he remembers something that his grandmother taught them when they were young children. He and his brother, who also used to make turtle cakes. I mean, grandparents just make turtle cakes all the time. Like it's from a time when things were lean in the swamp, and it was just, you know, one of those meals that became kind of an everyday celebration type thing. Alex, what were you gonna add in?
They're the Werther's hard candy of the swamp.
Yes,
basically.
the Werther's hard candy.
Oh God, turtle cakes. Open them in church and stuff, and yeah.
So, but one of the things that our grandmother did that was particularly unique, actually involved otter cheese. So I'm gonna kind of proffer for Maple to give me the otter cheese and take it and stick it over my dagger and warm it near the fire. And as I do so, this kind of warm, that kind of moldy quality or that earthen quality kind of melts away, and this warm kind of nutty aroma starts to open up out of the cheese, and he just drips it over the top of the cinnamony smell from the turtle cakes to enliven the rations that are around the table, and basically combines our horrible but it's what we got otter cheese with these camel cakes of these individuals.
So sounds like we're going to share a meal here.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's call this group the Cavadan. Is the name that they go by, Cavidan, and let's share a meal between our fellowship and the Cavadan.
That's a good roll. What do I add to it?
True.
Oh well, that makes it not as good of a roll for me. So that is a 9. That's a 9.
You rolled a 10 and then -1, it's a 9.
Yep.
So when you share a meal, on a hit, peace and fellowship reign at your table. On a 10 plus, no. On 7 or 9, one of you may tell a story of home and clear a named burden, but one other partaker is conspicuously silent. Reverend, you've got a lot of named burdens. You want to take this for yourself, or do you want to proffer to someone else the chance to tell a story of home and clear one of their burdens?
I think I'm okay not taking this for myself right now. Though I mean, like, you know, if I was trying to metagame for a certain Indian, it probably would be ideal. I think I'm okay though right now. I think we're fine.
You just want to take all the burdens.
I just want to get all the burdens are mine. That's the game I'm playing. As many burdens as possible.
Speaking of camels.
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully she'll be right back. There we go. Right on the other side. I am going to. I think ideally I would actually offer this maybe to. Actually, I'm going to offer this to Lambert, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That you start melting that cheese, Lambert is back down off of his new camel friend, and right next to you, and I pull out one of the other things that Mom gave us before we left, and which are they're spices from an orchid that grows deep in the swamp. And Mom used to she taught us where to go get them, and they grew up, actually clung to a ledge, and it was very, very difficult to climb. And actually, it was one of the I as I sit there and sort of grind them up and hand them around, I talk about how I couldn't get to them. And I wasn't tall enough. I was too short. I couldn't make the climb all the way up this thing, and the only person who could get to them actually was Referent, and he had tagged along, and I remember that I wanted to go show Mom and Dad that I could get a hold of these spices by myself, and if you hadn't tagged along, then we never would have gotten them. And it was actually one of the last like great meals that we had together as a family before we left. And I guess even if we don't make it home, you know, it's worth sitting around this campfire and sharing it with you now, and with all of you, my new friends and my old friends.
That's wonderful. And that
I gotta do all that again in my Rocky voice. Sorry.
and that means, Lambert, you're going to be the first one to actually clear one of these burdens, I think.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I guess I'm okay. My family now. I think that's, you know, we've had a lot of problems, my brother and I, but I'm awfully glad we were here together.
So the other thing we have on a 7 through 9, one other partaker is conspicuously silent. What's troubling them? Oh yeah, you want that, Maple?
Yeah. I think you know, as sitting down with everyone and eating these cakes that she was hoping to get that reminded her of home and of her grandparents, and then seeing see Referent like step out of his bubble a little bit to like make it even better, and then seeing like them share like how this was their family meal. I think she is again like filled with just like this like excitement and happiness about going home, and like as this pleasant warmth like fills her, she feels one of her arms go cold.
That sounds serious.
I'm just excited about whatever it's eventually going to be.
I'm writing my notes. One of Maple's arms go cold. Question mark, exclamation point. That's great. That's a good little note, I feel like, because we're about ready for the next break, right?
Yeah, I do. I want to actually try to name my last burden before we go on that break. I think
you made the roll. You get to
Yeah.
name the burden.
I think as we sit around, and kind of look at this, I actually think it's the culmination of maybe a new burden that is coming to Reverend for the first time, in this kind of moment of actual appreciation of people around him and of somewhat admiration in his brother's eyes as they kind of flicker across the campfire, and this moment of joy. A lot of what drove Reverend to become this agent of fear was a belief he didn't have anything to offer, but now he's actually, that's starting to shift more into a concern that he's going to ruin this, like that anything good he creates will always be marred by the actions that he's undertaken. And so it's not a burden he was carrying, and like there's a moment of joy, and there's immediately, as he like lays down that night to pass out near the camel or whatever, there's this sense of fear that this may not be sustainable.
Heavy stuff. All right. Should we take another 10-minute break?
Sounds great. This is Plus One EXP. We're playing Back Again for the Broken Land, created by Alexi Sargent and Leah Sargent of Cloven Pine Games, along with some great people. We're going to be back in just a few minutes to finish up playing. Then we'll do a short interview with Alexi at the end, also talking about what we loved about the game. So if you're just joining us, we'll be back in a couple minutes, or if you've been watching with us the whole time, thanks for sticking with us, and we'll be right back. We are back live here on Plus One EXP. Just a little fun. I just got my mail. Sometimes on stream we get to do a little unboxing. I think some people on this stream will appreciate this. I just got 3 copies of Escape from Dino Island in the mail by Sam Tung and Sam Roberts, who I do know that we have not set a date yet. We'll be coming on to run Escape for Dino Island sometime for us in late February or March once one of the 2 Sams gets moved in because he just moved. And then the other thing that I got that I've been.
However, I do feel like I would need a lot of suspension of disbelief before I would want to escape from Dino Island. I've been trying to get there my whole life.
So people who watch the stream regularly know that we are big fans of Severed Books. This is my new fanny pack from Severed Books. I roll a lot of dice, so I got their Headlopper series. But they had just done a Kickstarter a little while ago for these giant gelatinous cube.
Oh yeah, open that right in the mic, baby. Give me them teeth.
That's right. Give you that Foley effect, right? This is a dice. Like you can roll it like a dice. There are the number of skulls on each side tells you what it is, but it's got all these other little bits in there. But it can also just be a miniature, like on your dungeon map. And then I got some smaller little red dealies in here. We'll
Get the real ASMR moment.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think in honor of Lambert and Refren, you should roll 1 tiny dice and 1 giant dice for the rest of this game.
You know what? The best thing is it is proper also too. So I'll switch those out. I'll switch those out for my Headlopper dice. Hopefully these are good dice.
No.
But yeah, this is a mimic. This is a mimic fanny pack that you can put all your dice in. So that'll be our new dice pack. But yeah, I'll take out the Headlopper dice and put some more Justin Soros dice in there. That's it. Those double 6s straight up. I'm gonna just hang on to that for my next next move. So, but yeah, so we're playing back again from the Broken Lands, apropos of none of that. By Cloven Pine Games with one of the co-creators, Alexi Sargent, and we're gonna hop back into it now.
Are we doing a round of intros or right back to the game?
We can. That's a good idea. Cal, tell people where you're from.
Hi, I'm Cauchet. I'm from Seattle, and I have a rich interior life that I can't remember any of the details about right now. But I'm a cool guy, I bet.
And you can find him at Cauchet on Twitter. Ken, tell people about you, who you are, where they can find you.
Yes. I am also on Twitter. You can find me at Burling's Beard. It's like Berlin with a G on the end, Burling's Beard. I am, since 2010, a tabletop role-playing game creative consultant and narrative designer, event manager, and game master for hire in the New York City area. You can definitely follow me and find out about my adventures. I actually work with a clinical psychologist currently, helping kids with disabilities using TTRPGs to sort of form sort of group therapy groups so that they can play with peers. I'm also part of a co-hosting team for a podcast about storytelling RPGs called Board Ghost. Check us out there if you're looking for hundreds and hundreds of episodes with awesome storytelling, rules light, no dungeon master, no game master RPGs. And thanks again for having me. This has been so sick, and I love this game already, and I can't wait to pledge to it on Kickstarter because it is that good.
Awesome. Alex.
Hello, I'm R. Alex Murray. I have lots of podcasts. I live in Brooklyn. Pizza pie. Forget about it. And yeah.
Awesome. Danielle.
I am Danielle Bilta at Bilta House on Twitter, which my presence on Twitter I feel like is an active denial of a rich inner life, but I'm sure that it does exist in there somewhere. And so enjoying this game. We'll have to absolutely pledge on Kickstarter to be able to let everybody get to enjoy this.
Awesome. And now back to himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the facilitator for this role-playing game, Alexi Sargent. Alexi, tell people a little bit about the game we're playing and then take us back in.
Absolutely. So I'm Alexi Sargent. I make games under the banner Cloven Pine Games. This game, Back Again from the Broken Land, is one that I worked on with my wife, Leah Sargent, a wonderful writer and gamer herself. The game tells the story of small adventurers making their way back from a calamitous war against the Doomslord In this story, we have a group of adventurers that came from a swampy hometown filled with houses on stilts and croaking critters. They brought a light to a hero in a dark place and helped defeat the Doomslord, who was a brutal warlord using magic that strained the fabric of creation. But the hunters are still out there, and so they've been, making their way back home. Being careful, being watchful, trying to make sure the hunters do not catch them. We've seen them move through the steel-sown field. We've seen them cross the Great Sapphire Bridge. We saw them meet up with a caravan of the Kavadan people and share a meal all together. And their journey continues. The game text says, for a shorter game, use 3 or so locations along the journey path, but for a longer game, you can use a couple more. If you want to play this as a 2-shot instead of a 1-shot, we'd be seeing more of this in depth. But I think we can kind of have a montage for a moment, right, where we see our group of adventurers. We see them making their way through the frozen maw of the earth, right? Like pulling their cloaks around them as they pass through, and we see them navigating the labyrinthine canyon. And somehow finding a way through those twisty passages. I almost wonder, Lambert, if you hear again incongruously that song of an unseen bird echoing through the canyon.
Oh man, I mean, if I do, then there's gonna be part of the montage where like he hears it and tries to go running off, and they have to like sort of stop him.
I mean, does Refford like pull him back? Be like, no, we
Refford might have to like
No, I actually think contrary to like what normally we would see is like somebody else goes to like grab Lambert as he runs off, and Refford like puts their hand, like stops that person's hand because
lets him
do what?
And lets me
lets you like acknowledging the difference in our nature without fighting it for the first time ever.
Nice. Yeah, and I think then I'm gonna probably maybe I scrabble up to the to like sort of the top of the canyon and like get like a vista back. I don't need to take a gaze into the distance move, but I think the bird's gone still, but he looks back over all the distance that they have come and realizes that maybe it's okay that he just has the song.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah.
Maybe he could do that. Well, not to make a suggestion, just to work in an extra role that might help us clear burdens, but maybe he could do that while someone is making breakfast.
Oh, like down at the basically like at the exit as the the exit from the canyon.
Yeah, like he's awoken maybe to this noise.
I got it. I actually you know what? I scrambled to the top and the bird is gone. This bird is gone. But like the bird has flown. And as I look back in case, I realized that like, it's okay. The bird can remain a mystery. I've seen enough that I know, I understand. And actually as he turns to go back down, there's a nest, a very, very familiar. It's a site that like the birds that we've grown up with, that are at home, that have migrated this far, that I missed in the Broken Lands. When Lambert shows back up to the camp, he's got a clutch of fresh eggs.
Making breakfast. There we go. Do you want to roll share a meal? Are you the one preparing the eggs, Lambert?
I'll prepare them. I'm all excited. I'll make some eggs.
Yeah, let's do it. This is great. Another chance to clear some burdens, possibly, before we all go home.
Let's see. Plus true.
Plus true.
I'll roll my green and red dice together, since we're making amends here with our not at all Italian or plumbers brothers. Whoop, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I get a +1, right? That's a 9.
Makes it a 9. I mean, if people are like, "Oh, I really want this to be a 10 plus," let's pull together here. I'm not going to stop you, but we can also have the 9.
I would do that. I'll do
that too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Maple, Jenwin, you guys are up to take on a burden and say how you help make things better for the meal that Lambert is preparing.
Because right now it's just eggs and them weird orchid spices.
Yeah. I think that Janwin will take her like weird little crossbow and is like stomping around in the brush trying to find something that like she doesn't know if you can get bacon off of the little creatures that she's run across, but like we're gonna do our best. And I think she comes back. Yeah, comes back with something like rodent-esque, but is definitely like, okay, we're gonna skin this, and offers that up to the meal.
Yeah.
Rat bacon.
Like a classic egg and shrew breakfast.
And Maple, you were going to help out as well.
I think Maple actually comes from. She has several sisters, and I think they actually run an inn back in our hometown. And I think part of why she left is because she had heard from so many travelers about like awesome far off things and the wilds, and so she was just eager to go and see it for herself as well. But I think she does have a lot of experience in cooking and preparing food for people, and maybe even has like heard of recipes of like, oh, actually, I've never done this before, but I've heard this is a good way to cook something over a campfire. Like, oh, I remember this guy telling me this is how he used to cook small animals when he caught them, and like, here's a good way to just do it over an open flame, because like I might not be used to it, but at least I've heard stories of like, oh, well, you should try this or do it this way, or just kind of helping out, kind of hanging on his arm and doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah. Okay. So that's unnamed burdens for Jenwin and Maple, and a chance for our chef to re-roll one of his dice.
So that's a cool mechanic, because you keep the one that's highest, I would assume, and then you re-roll the one that's lowest, and you might be able to, get that higher score. That's a cool mechanic.
Yeah, you might or you might not. It's still a gamble.
But if you're at a 9 and you've got one high dice, it's a pretty solid choice most of the time.
Yeah.
All right. So while you guys, I was enthralled by your excellent stories. I picked up my dice and I started messing with them. I don't remember what the numbers were.
No, you said a 5 plus a something
So
else.
keep the 5.
Yeah, you're right. I had a 5 and a something. All right.
Keep the 5, re-roll the other.
I got it. It's a 5 and I re-rolled a 4 and I get a +1. So that's a 10.
Hey, all right.
Hey.
That's a full hit, which is very powerful, because when you share a meal on a hit, peace, and fellowship reign at your table, on a 10+, each partaker may tell a story of home to clear a named burden. So basically, you get a chance to like go around the campfire, and like everybody gets to share a story of home, and a bunch of burdens will be lifted here. Maybe I'll just go in character keeper order. Bahaldor, what story do we hear?
Gladly. I was shepherding my swamp turtles, my flock of swamp turtles in the swamp. I was by myself, and I started to see fireflies that were guiding me somewhere. And I came upon a drier patch of land where, instead of normal, where they would be up on a ledge, these sort of ring of swamp orchids were twinkling, a very magical, mystical place that I walked into and sat in the middle of. And I realized that there was a certain wisdom, a certain luck that was being bestowed upon me. And that is when I realized that this journey was one that I had to go on. For as I came back to the village after that night, it was clear that the legends of the secret light within our swamp were real. And so I relate this sort of like, I knew that we were going to be wise, that we were going to be lucky, in our endeavors. And I hope to maybe one day see this ring of twinkling swamp orchids once again.
Wonderful.
I'll clear my where's the where burden.
Yeah, absolutely. As you are enjoying the meal of eggs and shrew and orchid spice, there we go. Maple, what sort of story do you tell?
So I think so. I got a new burden for helping with this. So I think I'm sort of name and trade some burdens here.
Hey,
I think that back in town, again, I'm not sure exactly what the age gap is here, but I'm the youngest member of our party,
yeah.
and I think, especially back when all of this started, like finding the light in the swamp, and then realizing that all of you were going to go off on this adventure, and feeling this pull of like, I love being at home, but I just want to get out and see the world. Like I just have this huge desire for that. I think part of that desire, like the romance of the idea of travel, also ended up sort of catching up Lambert in the same sort of like idea of the romance of being like out in the wild. And I think she's sort of been nursing this crush on Lambert for a huge part of the trip, as he's just sort of this like, she's just like, he's awesome. He goes out in the wild by himself. Like, he can talk to animals. He has no fear when it comes to exploring or just like going wherever he pleases. And I think in a way this experience of like making breakfast with him has made her realize that that this is sort of like cool. This crush has turned into just like a genuine appreciation for him as a friend, and she no longer has that huge desire for like adventure and crazy times and living in the wild. But at the same time, she's just like so appreciative of him, and like is like, he's still a fun guy to hang out with. Like, she woke up and he's like, I chased a bird through the mountains and I found a bunch of eggs, and that's for breakfast. And like, I think she's still into that. But I think she's able to sort of let go of this awkwardness or something that she felt around him.
So you think the burden is like awkward crush or something?
Well, I think that's what it was, but I think she was able to let go of that.
Yeah, that works for me.
Plus, he smells horrible.
Yeah. You tell us, Reverend. Cool. So go ahead and make sure to
Whatever, otter cheese.
Maple, make sure to name that burden and then clear that burden. And if you want to like, if you want to make it cleared, but like, have it still written down for future reference, you can clear it with a strike through, and we'll remember that's no longer weighing on you. It's just a record of things, things past.
And then so the second part of that is that I think dealing with her fear of happiness, whatever is going on with her, has given her. It's not that she just like switched crushes, but I think she has sort of a newfound appreciation and empathy for Refren, but is unable to figure out how to talk to him about it. Like, so I think she still feels awkward around him because she knows that he has like gone through this horrible experience, that he's like carrying a lot of weight that she doesn't really understand. But now that she has this own, like, this is like a serious thing that she's dealing with as well. And I think Refren is the most obvious other person in the party who is also carrying something serious. And so she wants to be able to talk to him about it, but doesn't know how.
Yeah, that worked for you, Tony?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We see Refren take a drink out of his canteen that never goes empty, that he also never is really willing to share either, and kind of adjust his shoulder. And he looks across his brother, and rather just like one memory, we actually see like a series of memories of Lambert just botching meal after meal after meal after meal at home. Like just his brother like consistently, and it's not like basic stuff. It's not like eggs and stuff that he can't cook. It's just like every single time he'll make like an almost nearly perfect meal and then add something completely abominable to it that absolutely wrecks what the meal could have been because of his adventurous nature. And every single time like reference been like, don't, no, like those don't go together, right? And so but watching him there like cooking someone's like the shrew that somebody brought to him, right? And these like other things, and this just making do on the trail after having run off. It for the first time ever makes him like then flash back to a series of meals that like were excellent for the exact same reason. Like that his brother pushed things a little bit further than he should have, and it allowed him to discover something new. And it's the first time ever that he's really like truly appreciative of the role of the caution that he's always had in his own life and the exuberance that Lambert has always had in his life, and how those two things need to exist in tension with each other. So I'm going to clear off jealousy of my brother from that list.
Nice. That's good.
Do what?
It's a good breakfast, man. Everybody is dealing with something.
We just need to eat like 6 more meals today, guys.
Eat till all our
I hope
problems
they
are
all
solved.
go this good.
Can you imagine if every meal is as cathartic? Everyone's just going through 10 years of therapy in the space.
All crying and eating eggs and munching on rats. You guys.
We've had one incredibly cathartic breakfast. What about second breakfast?
What about 11sies?
Let's see. Jenwin, what's your story?
I think that so she was being close, pitching everything in, getting to sort of share things and share our skills and stuff. Something's kind of nagging at the back of her mind, and it is when they were out, around at the battlefield, they walked past one of the apothecaries, which had been like really shattered, just really kind of like ripped through by the enemy. But she'd remembered seeing them before and kind of overhearing glimpses of like when they had stopped with the bright helms, they passed her like one of the drafts that they made, and it kind of smelled really like green and really weird, very like fresh grass and not like muddy like the swamp. And when you drank it, it just sort of like rejuvenated you fully, and it was really bizarre, and it was not like any medicine that they'd had before, and they had told tales of like the Doomslord had similar apothecaries, but they only created unguents and poisons and acids and things like that. And in the wreck of this medicinal hut, you couldn't really tell what, like clearly they had been collecting some stuff from the Doomslord as well to kind of study it and some of the good things. And so she just kind of grabbed 2 jars there and just sort of took them and just sort of like nabbed them, but upon like stuck them in her pack, didn't tell anybody about it. But it looks like one is kind of like something that will worsen a wound, and the other that will like heal any kind of wound or something like that. And so she's been wondering, like I wonder if you put a little bit of this poisonous stuff into this like really good balm, I wonder if that would help out reference his old like shoulder deal. And she hasn't mentioned it because like is not really sure at first for a while if she wanted to to let him know about it. Like she wasn't sure if he was, good or not. There was a long time where everything that he said was like actively hurting everyone. So so she's like not really sure, but in this spirit of sharing and kind of like really kind of moving together, and also it like she kind of feels as if this can like help him at all as well, then like maybe her skill set isn't entirely out of place to be used for something good. Because the thing about a thief is like you have to have an eye to know what's valuable. So you have to be able to spot things, you have to know what's good, and you also have to know how to be able to procure things. It doesn't always necessarily have to be bad. But perhaps like nobody else spotted it. So I think that pulling this stuff out and kind of like nudging it over to Referent and sort of like haltingly describing, like I don't know if this is helpful, but like this is kind of the deal, might relieve her burden about worrying if she can help bring good things to people.
That's great. Yeah, I love that. And I possibly, Refren, you want to hang on to this for your epilogue, unless you want to give it a go right now.
No, I'll hold on to it for the epilogue. That sounds more appropriate.
Okay. Feels like that might mesh well. Lambert, last but not least, you created this feast. Do you have a story to share?
Yeah. Grew up in the swamp, and our dad was a trekker. People would come in and from all over the place. Sort of, I think that our hometown was pretty well traveled for like small people, like gathering, not as insular as a lot of other settlements of our people. And folks would come from all over the realms to stay at Maple's Inn, and to go out into the swamps and collect ingredients, especially all these orchids. They were all over the swamp, and my father was our father was famous for being able to locate these orchids. And as a young boy, Lambert showed incredible talent for just being able to seek them out, be able to find them. He had a knack. He almost just knew where they were going to be before they were even growing there. But he'd get turned around in the woods, and so his dad taught him how to always find his way. He would take him out into the woods blindfolded and tell him to sit and listen, and that the woods would guide him. Pay attention to the trees, pay attention to where moss is growing, pay attention to the way the wind moved, listen for water, and that he could always find his way to wherever he was going. And as he's sitting and eating, and he sees his brother, and he looks at Maple and realizes that for whatever reason they're getting along better. There was weird awkwardness for the last hot minute, and that seems to be gone. Everyone is breathing sighs of relief, and Lambert thinks back to a moment where they were trying to find the hero. They had the light. They were in the Broken Lands. They were trying to find their hero, and they were lost in the middle of a wood that seemed endless. And he, in that moment, remembered being terrified because it was his job. It was his job. He was the person who was supposed to know the way. This was why he was here. This was how he could help. And he just took a minute and settled himself and remembered home, and remembered that he could always find his way by listening to where he was and letting it tell him where to go. And so his other burden, the fear of being lost, the fear of not knowing where he was heading, seems to dissipate as he enjoys this meal with his friends, and he realizes that right now he knows exactly where he is. He's here with his people, and he's going home. And he's ready to get there, and he's not anticipating his next move at all. It'll find him.
That's fantastic. Yeah, as this extremely cathartic breakfast wraps up, you you turn and and look forward, and you see the the last thing between you and your home is the bulk of the toadstool forest. So you're already getting closer to that swampy hometown, but there is this forest of massive tree-sized toadstools and mushrooms that is a place of peril, right? It's known that people have gotten lost trying to move through these woods. It's a barrier between you and your hometown. Who would like to chart a course to try to move through the toadstool forest?
I'll do it.
Yeah. Let's turn to the shepherd. Bahaldur, tell us what that looks like as you chart your course.
Sure. The Toadstool Forest is a place that I met my mentor. My mentor is the one who taught me about shepherding and the person who sort of set me on this path. I know some ways of the forest, but not all ways. And I attempt to lead the group as best as I can, but I am not doing a very good job of it as I get a 5.
Oh, you rolled a 5?
Yes.
All right. On a miss, you're neck deep in dire difficulty.
Wait a minute, this is the Sapphire Bridge again.
What? Wait, what can we roll?
So I think we we cut to the deep shadowy recesses of the toadstool forest. Bahaldur, you've been leading the way. Your your kind of much mended cloak visible ahead of your companions as you're kind of turning this way and that to move through the kind of thick trunks of these massive toadstools, right? But then there's this like crunch underfoot.
May I name a burden? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but maybe
you may name a burden.
As we're making our way, I begin to tell everyone a little bit more about my mentor, and that they were a weather-beaten traveler, someone who was not from our village, and they warned me of the dangers of the toadstool forest, specifically that foul things did make their home here, and that my mentor disappeared one day. And unfortunately, I never saw them again. And I have had this burden that they were taken by one of these foul, slimy, slithering creatures that make their home here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you name this what's the name of the burden? Missing mentor?
Missing mentor.
And there's as you get to the end of this story, there's a strange sound underfoot, and you look down and you see a place where the kind of kind of fungal undergrowth is sort of just disintegrating, right? Just crumbling away like that crumbling that was happening on the Sapphire Bridge. And you turn around, you look, and you see other kind of telltale signs of just acid having eaten away at some of these great mushrooms. And Janwin, you hear a voice calling to you from among the mushrooms, and it's your little brother's voice, and he says, Janwin, you were gone for so long. You left me all alone.
She is like very like her first thing is to be alert and to look around like, oh my gosh, wait, what? He's here? How is it? And do we know that fact about the hunters? Like, I don't know, because if she does not, then she's definitely going to take off in the direction of the voice, because we're close enough to home that if he super wanted to run away, like there is a tiny chance it could be him. But
Refren, let me ask you,
yeah.
do your companions know that the hunters can speak in the voices of those you've left behind?
I actually think it'd be unlikely that we hadn't encountered at least one set of hunters on the way. And I actually think that Referin may have actually used this to his advantage at a number of points during it to kind of throw suspicion off himself when he was manipulating everybody. Like he would go and call things out to invoke fear without having to do it directly, and then just kind of sidestep that onto the Doom Lord or the hunters. But I also, I mean, like, until this moment, like I do think we actually, I think it actually makes sense for anybody who's interested to kind of skitter ahead. And I think we may see at this moment, like Referin, it occurs to him that though the Doom Lord is dead, because we haven't seen any hunters at this point, like that it may not be, but I don't know. I feel like maybe I think we should play it out and see if that information makes it out in time. I actually think that's more of an interesting kind of split decision than me just immediately reminding everybody. Is my character considering that? So maybe I almost want to invoke Gaze into the Distance more so than I want to invoke Laden with Troubles. I want to see if I can tell if this is the mentor or not.
The brother, you mean?
The brother, that's what I meant. Yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna roll my 2 dice.
You don't need to roll for Gaze into the Distance.
Oh, that's right. I do. I just asked you a question, right?
Yeah, you describe what fragment of loveliness and landscape has caught your eye, and then you ask me a question.
Such a lovely moment.
So we're in the Toadstool Forest. This is obviously for us a very homey place as the mainland and the kind of marsh of our swamp start to mix together, and the kind of loamy and primordial aromas of our homeland start to kind of waft in over this the kind of grassy and bright aromas of the bigger, wider world. And as I'm kind of looking and peering into the distance to see if I can detect if it's the brother or not. Do we have a name for your brother? You're muted.
Not yet, but I think yeah, Fitz what? Fitzwick? Yeah. I like that.
If as I look to see if it is Fitzwick or not.
Young Fitzwick.
I think I denote something. I see something beautiful, but entirely out of place here in the Toadstool Forest, and that is the shifting blue color of a sapphire blade.
Oh yeah. What do you want to ask from your list?
That's a great question. Let me basic moves. My questions are: what am I overlooking? What do I remember learning about this people or this place? I actually think the most applicable at this moment maybe how can I make peace here? Like I feel like we're on the edge of danger, and so like the question how can I make peace here I think would be the first one that I would want to ask.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be the answer you want, because the hunters are out for blood after the fall of the Doomslord. Their sapphire blades are hungry to taste the flesh of those who fought against the Doomslord. You could make peace, and kind of make sure that they don't get any closer to your hometown if you take a stand here, or otherwise, let them feel they're victorious in some way. As you're mulling that, Referin, Maple, you hear calling you through the darkness of the Toadstool Forest, your older sisters. You hear someone saying, "Maple, is that you? Come over here quickly."
I have a move unless somebody else has one.
So as your companions hesitate, you're ready to do something.
Well, no, I do have. This is more of a player statement than a.
So I have a flashback. I want to explain Maple's deal a little bit more.
Okay.
If that's okay. This is like re-explaining a burden, I think.
Okay.
So I think the flashback, like, it starts because of that phrase. Like, she hears her sister's voice say, "Maple, come over here, quickly," and then all of a sudden it sort of cuts back to at the height of the disaster in the Broken Land, when they were sneaking around in the inside of the Doomslord's war machine, and it suddenly cuts to Bahaldur saying the same thing. "Maple, come over here quickly," and he's pointing through this sort of hole in the war tower where they're trying to help the hero get in, and Bahaldur says, like, "We need either you or Lambert. You're the only one small enough to fit through this hole. You can go in and open the door so the hero can get in." And she says, I volunteer," and she climbs up into the hole and is looking around, trying to find a way to open a door or let the hero in. And she comes across, she turns a corner, and all of a sudden she sees the Doomslord in a room by himself. And it's his physical form, which people have not seen for like potentially hundreds of years. He's just been this amassing all of this magical energy, and she catches him unawares, and she is so like startled and scared. And also, I don't think he's doing anything particularly funny, but I think just after all of this buildup, to see him in just he's just still a person, and she just sort of lets out this laugh upon seeing this figure, but she immediately realizes her mistake and sort of scampers back and hides, and she can sense him, or she can sense the Doomslord like reaching out for her, but something allows her to evade his vision, but she hears him speak this curse out loud, that says, "You'll never leave the Broken Lands happy."
Oh.
But she manages to escape, and then I think we sort of fast forward to that moment after the Sapphire Bridge, where she felt this first rush of happiness and that cold pain in her chest, and later on eating with the travelers, where it reminded her of her grandparents and her arm turned cold. And she has realized over the course of this journey that every time she feels like a rush of happiness or anticipation of something good and beautiful, she is turning slowly into Sapphire.
What?
What?
And I think that brings us back up to the present, where she hears her sister's voice for the first time in months, and she feels this rush of happiness, and her left arm just completely like goes hard and blue, and it just becomes Sapphire entirely.
And as we see that subtle shift down the arm, all of a sudden Referin tackles both Maple and, why do I have to flip through so many things to remember? Yes, thank you. Anyone from this, like, so we like see that, we flash back, then as soon as we zoom out, we see them about to come around the corner. We see this look of happiness on Maple's face, and then all of a sudden Referin hits them both from the side and tumbles down into the underbrush and says, "Hide," to everyone quickly. I'm actually using negotiate an obstacle to do this for the tackle. I think everybody's going to have to make subsequent hide rolls for the actual action.
I mean, it's a perilous scene now. I think hide is appropriate.
You already roll originally before that flashback. Yes, my goal was to actually navigate the obstacle by getting them to hide, but by specifically tackling the two running at them. Because my big thing is if they're moving, the obstacle I'm negotiating is their desire to go. Right?
Oh,
like
you
Yeah.
think you
that
need
was
to deal with them
when,
first.
When I started yeah, I still think there is a subsequent hide action to be made now by everybody.
You know what? I think we can. If it's all right by you, I think let's roll it as a hide,
That's
and
fine.
we can kind of use some of these circumstances to color any
That's
fails
totally fine.
that come up.
Yeah, I did roll, but so I'll keep that number. I'll just change the stat.
Yeah, what are you rolling? You're rolling keen to
Hide.
Well, hide. It is keen, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think then, because that will change it to not a full success and change it to a 9. I think for me, I knock them out of the way and into the gully, but then there is no more space in like the ditch that I knock them into, essentially.
See, that's the thing. If you're gonna make us hide so that you can make some stand, I was gonna say like
I'm not
I think
trying to make a
genuinely-
desperate stand. The dice are trying to make me make a
I know,
desperate
I
stand.
know. I don't know. I was like, if Janwin can help by grabbing his ankle and yanking him into the ditch,
Oh,
like
beautiful. So
I would.
yeah, let's work out exactly what's happening here. So on a 7 to 9 hide, someone else is already in your hiding spot, and it sounds like kind of what's happening is your companions are already in your hiding spot. You shove them in there, and then you're like, oh, there's no space. I have to go.
Yeah.
Genuine, you're thinking of grabbing.
I would if it's a ditch, if we're down below, I just think that she would be not, kind of having this idea of realizing that it's dangerous and like the hunter is kind of snapping back into her mind and like Referin doing this slightly noble thing. And so her idea is like, no, so it would be like a pull together, but we'd need somebody else to do that with me, unless I can negotiate the obstacle of him leaving by doing that.
I'm open to this as a you know what, we'll just say you're grabbing him and pulling him back, so he's not doing something else right this moment, and I'm going to check in with the other characters, and then we'll see if there ends up needing to be a roll to resolve this.
Okay.
Because it sounds like you've pushed 2 of them into a hiding spot. You were all set to head off and do a foolhardy sacrifice yourself, and then Janwin's got you, right? Like she's grabbing at you, trying to keep you from doing that. Lambert, you're hearing the voices of your father. They're scolding you for letting your brother be taken by the Doomslord on this quest. The voices are kind of like drifting in and out, coming from different directions. And if you look around, you'll start to see those flashes of blue of the hunters starting to move in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't think he'd fall for it, honestly. I think especially at the like clear headspace that he's in at the moment, he's troubled or messed up. So I think it's gonna be like, nah, this is not how the reunion goes. Like, also, like, how would they know what I let my brother do? Get out of here. But I think I look around. I think Lambert looks around and does see the flashes of blue, and he just dives for cover. And if I can take on a burden to help Danielle out, to help I think he dives for cover and then realizes that he didn't like alert the group. And as he's realizing it, he's realizing that right as Referin is warning the group, and the burden that he takes on is jealousy of his brother. Because he made like a noble stand, and he realizes that like he's been dealing with so much this whole time, and like how really heroic he's been to like not give up.
Wow. So it sounds like Janwin and Lambert are willing to pull together to try to help out Referin.
And like and then like that's as like I make room I like that jealousy. I like push back and maybe like move some like a feat of strength from this tiny little halfling. It pushes back and makes room and like yanks everybody back a little bit more to make room for Referend in our hidey hole.
So Referend, re-roll one of your die and see if we can get any higher here.
Oh, that's a 13 total now.
13 total. Okay, you're hidden.
In the hole.
You unlock another option from the Stories of Doom, right? So like the way the move's written is you overhear something important, and we can tie that right into the idea that you're unlocking a hidden option from the Stories of Doom. Take a look at the list of these stories, because of course if someone's about to tell one, it's interesting to see what else you can put on the table.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, anyone can potentially tell one of these stories now that we're sort of in this dangerous chapter of the story?
Basically what you want to do is look at make a desperate stand under the peril moves, where it says, when you make a desperate stand against the hunters, tell us how you are overmatched and overawed, then tell a story of doom, or else tell us how you fall prey to the hunters. So it's
when that comes
yeah.
up, these are options. Yeah. I love, oh man, there are two that I'm really kind of drawn to, but I think the you seemingly fail, but rumors of someone like you persist in local tales is absolutely the one that I want to unlock.
Oh man, that's amazing. So here's the question. We've established that 4 of you are hidden in this burrow. Behaldur, where are you?
Yeah, great question. So I guess I've sort of been behind in the back. I was sort of trying to lead the group in one direction that was totally false. Basically, they're taking them the wrong way. And I'm sort of like scratching my chinny chin, being like, I don't recognize where we are. And then I sort of turn around and people are just like dashing away from me, like running away from me in a different direction. I'm like, what? And so I'm sort of like coming after them. And it seems like I'm coming in. So everyone's hidden at this point. Is that correct?
They're all hidden in like a little hollow under one of these towering toadstools, and you hear coming from the darkness the voice of your old mentor saying, "Behaldur, you didn't learn. You have to keep your wits about you in the toadstool forest."
Totally. And I guess this seems, if I'm making a peril move, I think I'm running. If I'm making a homeward bound move, I'm negotiating. But it seems like we're in peril time.
We're in peril time.
Yeah, so I'm running. I just like lose it. Like I've been named the captain of this crew, as it were, but I that all falls away. Like I am disappointing myself. I'm disappointing my friends. Like I'm just in shock at this voice and the sapphire glow. And yeah, I try and book it.
Okay, who do you most want to protect? Sounds like it might be you.
I think I most want to protect, myself. That's messed up. But yes, I guess that is correct.
All right, roll with Swift. It was a -1 for you.
That is a -1 for me, so that's fun. And I'll get a 7. I rolled an 8, -1, got a 7.
7-9, you've only taken that companion with you and left everyone else in the lurch.
Sorry.
So, Behaldur, you get away. Like you start to realize what's going on, and you run for it, and then like by the time you're catching your breath, you realize you've left the toadstool forest behind, as well as your companions.
That's some rough shepherding.
Yeah.
So
that's the exact opposite of shepherding.
So the rest of you, are crammed into this hiding place. Like hearing just like this medley of like familiar voices, but they're just the lies of the hunters, and you hear kind of like heavy footsteps moving, clanking in the Toadstool Forest, because if you peek out, you can see the hunters. They appear to be just like these suits of armor, like assembled from many different like broken bits of armor and like weaponry. Like there's like blades sticking out of weird limb. Like it's like at their joints, there are axes and swords, sticking out, right? Like
These are the bright helms.
Oh, yeah. Pieces of the warriors you fought alongside have been incorporated into the hunters, like strange, like carapaces. Absolutely. And of course, they have their sapphire blades. Maple, I'm interested. What do you do?
I think Maple realizes that that this is a dead end. That the hunters will only be fooled for so long. That they know we are in the area. The Toadstool Forest is open enough that there's only so many places we could have gone. And I think she realizes that somebody should go out and lead them away, and she is the fastest person in the party, except for Referin. And so she volunteers. She takes it on herself, and as everyone is sort of quietly huddled in this hole, she sort of goes up next to Referin and says, "Referin, when this is all over, just make sure you come back and talk to me, because it's important that you understand that we love you. We know who you are, and we love you. And I know you have a lot of things that you're carrying, and I know that there's a part of you that maybe doesn't want to make it back safely. But you should. And you should try to be happy. Because if you can be happy, then I will die happy." And as she says this, she starts, like, her other arm and her face start to turn blue. And I think she crawls up out of the hole and shouts to the hunters. And as they come towards her and descend on her, and she faces them down, as their many weapons come down on her and pierce her, she turns to Sapphire and traps them all inside of her.
Oh, that's amazing. Are you picking out a story of doom that this moment embodies here?
I feel like this is a variety, but I think it is most obviously the how you perish before the hunters, knowing you've bought time for your companions. But we'll see in the epilogue. I feel like this could also play into the one that Tony selected.
Yeah, and to be clear, it starts out with a lot of stories of doom that are locked. So the unlocked ones you
pick
have
one of the white
are
ones.
the top two and how you seemingly fall. So,
but
that's cool. That's cool. It sounds like you've got a plan for it.
Yeah.
I think it's epilogue time. I think we're gonna see, in the hometown after this journey back, kind of what becomes of each of these characters. So
I assume that everybody in the whole kind of torn between seeing this happen and yanking everybody else to kind of go out behind it, as much as it breaks everyone's heart. I think we use that time to kind of escape.
Actually, I think Reverend, like his palm gets cut, like as she tries to like slip away, he tries to like grab her arm, and like his palm gets sliced open as her arm turns to like sapphire, and we see her like slide out, and then all that happened. Yeah,
that's amazing.
And then we all like, as we see that all hope is lost, we book it.
Yeah. So if you turn to the epilogues tab, it will tell you kind of what an epilogue consists of. You can narrate a short montage, and you always get to incorporate one story of growth. If you have cleared all your burdens, you may incorporate a second story of growth. I don't think anyone's done that. For every named burden you have, you must add an element from the stories of amends. And for every unnamed burden you have, you must add an element from the stories of isolation. So you're taking a moment. Everyone gets one story of growth, but you're also going to look at your final, tally of burdens and see how many elements of amends and elements of isolation you have to bring in. These are open-ended. These can be interpreted in different ways, but let them inform a little bit, how you're weaving an epilogue for your character. A question, Janwin.
If you have so you get one story of growth. If you've named and cleared a burden, do you add to that, or is it just like you add a story of amends because you had named it?
In your case, I'm looking at your book here. You get a story of growth, and then I think 2 stories of isolation, because you're carrying these 2 burdens that didn't get named.
Okay.
Yeah, but a burden that was named and cleared is has been lifted by this point. You don't need to worry about it in the epilogue.
Okay.
I might move across our character keeper, because I'm very interested in Bahaldur's epilogue after everything that transpired. Bahaldur, what do you think we see in the?
Yeah. I've been thinking about this for a little while, and so here's what I'm getting at. So my character, I think the first this is a montage. I think the first thing that we see is him coming out of the toadstool forest, but he is not alone. He carries a hobbit child with him, an orphan, perhaps. But their parents were not there. He was found in the forest, this foundling. And so he's staggering out of the forest, his hair with tons of debris in it, his often patched cloak ripped again in many places. But he's staggering out with this sort of squalling child. The montage shows him basically being a hermit, living away from the village in the swamp, and raising this child as his own, as his apprentice. I think we see Bahaldur older, passing the gift that he brought back from the journey, the whistle, to his apprentice. But interspersed through all of this is his deep, abiding grudge for these giant crows. Anytime they show up around the village, that's the only time he shows up to like try and tell people basically that they shouldn't be being friends with these crows. And everyone's like, you're crazy, like get out of here, these crows are awesome. And so he just has this very oppositional sort of relationship with sort of the sort of the village, which I've sort of named as Weeble Wobble. I don't know if that's the name of the village, but that's what he calls it. And it's just like he is sort of this pariah, I guess, in some ways. But people do seek him out from time to time for wisdom and herb lore. But he doesn't really rejoin society, and instead raises his apprentice away. And I think that's sort of the epilogue for this character.
Oh, fantastic. So an orphan is taken in and a grudge is nursed.
Indeed.
Maple.
And a gift is passed on. Yes.
And a gift is passed on. Maple, should we come to you last?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Jenwin, you're next. What do you think we see in your epilogue?
I think that she obviously enthusiastically reunites with her little brother, just has such a increased gratefulness for him and for her friends that she got through this with, just kind of like in that spirit of it. She's gonna use her little crossbow that she brought back with her from that to kind of like, all right, well, let's just start, how did they use it, and is trying to use it to kind of like set little tripwires to start out with, catching animals and stuff like that, and like skinning them and selling the skins, like an honest wage, which takes a really long time and is such a pain in the neck. And in part of this stumbling around in the wilderness, I think that she she comes across starts coming across like areas where people who have been fleeing the Doomslord like have left stuff behind, and like have just kind of like small, like, a carriage broke a wheel and people just left it and kept going and stuff like that. And so I think she uses this to kind of like forage some of the more valuable stuff out, not like stealing, but like stuff that nobody wants, or they would have taken it with them. So I think she and her younger brother kind of like have started to kind of like set up a little have kind of set up a little foraging weird shop like at the farmers market, and they sell these little trinkets. I think that she also like knows that everybody else has kind of been through it a little bit, and I think will like not like when she sees Reference, she tries to kind of like not kind of have an olive branch, but like, I know that things have been like tough, but like, hey, you can always come help us out, we can always use more hands on this little operation. And I don't know if that is taken per se. I kind of feel like that is the hand extended left empty.
Does that work for you, Refren?
It may not. I also had a question, like, I didn't know if that meant like just from my character's perspective, or like from my character's perspective at some point, and somebody else can say much later on, I actually want to do this instead, or
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. As long as as long as from at some point your character has this experience of a hand extended is left empty, someone can elaborate on that and add new context to it.
yeah.
It sounds like at least at first the hand is left empty. If that's all right with Refren.
I made a note.
Okay. Yeah, I think I think that that's definitely she definitely made probably a little too soon, is kind of like, hey, yeah, we're doing this, you can come join us, because she doesn't really know what his deal is when he gets back home. And then I was kind of hoping to do like a part of the will avoided, like as they're running around like in the wilderness, kind of like noting what areas are good, but she's learned enough of what the marks of the Doomslord are to not go for the, sees like a glint of precious stones and some things, and is like, oh man, I really want to go forage that, but is like, no, I can't, because that is bad. Yeah. So she kind of reins in those initial impulses.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Lambert, what would we see in your epilogue?
Lambert's epilogue opens on a pair of shoes sitting in a ditch.
Yes.
Left long ago at the start of a journey, and we're close in on them, and then we just see a hand snatch them, and then we watch the back of Lambert's dirty maroon cloak walking next to his brother back into Weeble Wobble. And the next thing we see is those boots hit the ground. They are immaculate. They are clean. They are beautiful. And the camera pans up to see Lambert looking good in his boots. And then we see him with friends, or we've seen him alone and thinking about being by himself and off in the woods. We see him making a life for himself in Weeble Wobble in the town. We see him eating dinner with his family, I assume. We and then we see him make friends. We see him at parties, and then we see on a strange one of the days where Bahaldur was screaming and yelling about the crows. In the background, the camera pans over, and you see Lambert recognize an old friend of his, and Lambert makes friends with these giant crows and trains these giant crows. And realizes that he can go ranging into the forest much easier to find things if he can fly, if he can ride these crows. And he actually begins to sort of like domesticate these large crows. And I think that there is like a not really a sequel, but a crotchety like bonus story of Baholder and Lambert having some like tiffs. You know, it'll be like in the same universe. Their little like 15-minute mini movie will be before the other movie.
Which we'll turn it into a trilogy. Don't worry, we'll get enough extra content in there to.
And and you so he opens up shop and in an abandoned house that had sat empty, he finds an old home that had gone just to pot, whoever, we lost someone in the war, and he opens his own business, which he calls Maple Leaf Explorations, and he goes ranging into the woods and helps people find orchids and whatever else they might need. And the last part of his epilogue that we see is he is alone in the woods. We actually see it pans down to his boots. They're dirty, but they're on. And he hears the song. He's forgotten. He'd forgotten about it, and he hears from above him this beautiful, mournful, glorious bird song. And he just, without thinking, looks up and he sees it. He sees this bird, and it is a bird with plumage colors he's never seen before. With plumage that he sees and understands, but if anyone asked him to describe the bird, he wouldn't be able to put words to it, and no one would ever ask him, because this is something he keeps for himself, his last great mystery. It flies off, and he lets it go as he lets his entire past go, and he smiles to himself, plucks an orchid, hops back on his crow, and heads back to his life full of routine that he has grown to absolutely love.
That's wonderful. Sounds like a abandoned home has a new tenant. Perhaps a gift is exhausted.
I believe a gift is exhausted. Yeah, the gift is sort of the mystery of the song. Yeah.
And Refren, what do we see in your epilogue?
I want to go through 3 of my points and then hold till potentially Maple does theirs.
Everybody's like, I gotta get the dramatic final
on one more postscript. Well, I mean, it matters for a couple of reasons, just narratively.
Go for it.
So as we come back, Refren takes on a new sense of intent and purpose. The the man who would easily slide into the background shadows of any given room and go by completely unnoticed is gone. The dark gaze is replaced with no less intensity before, but with a sense of fire and direction that matches and rivals his brother, but only in the best way. We do see him starting to eat meals and spend time out and about with people. Whenever he's asked to help Janwin, he will do it from time to time, but he's oftentimes unable to, leaving that hand empty because he has other things that he's busy doing in and around the village, helping it grow, helping it prosper with his brother. But also he sets up regular trips out to go talk to this statue in the middle of the woods that springs up as this local legend that people from other villages will come to do. And there's a fire that he lighting process that he will take people out for extended camps, and they'll spend time catching Maple up and talking about the small young person who saved their village, and how no matter what path someone thinks that they have, that there's always more to life, and that there's always happiness even when that happiness brings suffering. We see kind of all of these things kind of in an ongoing basis, but more so we see, again, not only these trips he takes with other people, but that he will oftentimes, when he is not at the village, helping move the good of the village forward, find himself alone in the woods also. Oftentimes both brothers will go out, they'll be out for a ways, and then they'll split directions, and he'll go and he'll talk to Maple, just like he had promised like she had asked him to promise that he would so long ago. One of the most interesting things we see is that the wound on his hand never heals either, and neither does the wound in his shoulder, but both get significantly better. And around his neck, he always has these two potions, one that is this canteen that never seems to run empty, and the other one that is this bright green swirling fluid that was given to him on a journey long ago. And every once in a while he'll reach up and he'll touch them, and then he'll shake his head as if something's not quite right, and then continue on. And now we should go to Maple, and then we'll come back.
Well, okay. First of all, that's exactly what I was thinking as far as like how people treat Maple after she has turned to Sapphire. I mean, I really have two ideas, but one of them is very definitive, so I don't know how we should balance this, Tony.
It's a generosity fight.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, my thing will happen no matter what eventually. Well, the main thing I wanted to say is not only, so I think these trips become a thing, but I think one of the other oddities as the years go by, especially after years of Refn going out to talk to Maple, I think he comes and tells her one day that that one of her sisters has died, and the next day, the statue, still unmoving, still in the same way that it always has been, is kind of on the shore of the swamp near the village, not where it normally is. And there's the bird on her shoulder again, singing this mournful song.
Mm.
And the day after the funeral for her sister, then the statue has returned to where it was before in the forest. And this is something that also sort of becomes part of the village tradition, is when somebody has some sort of grief to share, they come out and they share it with Maple. It's sort of like the tradition of, I don't know if you've heard of the like the telling of the bees, where in villages people used to go out and tell the bees good news or bad news, and they were supposed to sort of take it all over the land. And I think a tradition sort of like this springs up around Maple, where people still come and tell her about life in the village. And this goes on for a really long time, but it can be expected that if something tragic happens in the village, then she will come as close as she can to the swamp. But of course, she can never enter the swamp because she's too heavy. She's made of stone now, so she always has to stay on the outskirts.
Hmm. Very good.
Tony, do you have? I have a thing, but I mean,
I
feel
have
like
a thing, but my thing we also don't have to we don't have to resolve my thing. So if you want to do your I'm fine leaving my thing hanging once I announce what it is. So we don't actually have to resolve the efficacy of my thing.
No, go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. So when Refren was given this this drought that never empties, it's the only thing that takes away the pain from his wound. He was also told that it would also never be full. That this bottle was incapable of filling up. That it would basically produce a sip or two a day that he could down. So the only way that he could let it get full was to wait and wait and wait and wait and not drink from it. But it would cause more and more and more pain as he did. And so there are times he has to drink from it just to get through the day, especially with 2 wounds. But as he learns to be in a relationship with other people, as he learns to embrace the good times of his life, the drinks he has to take become less and less and less until years later when finally this canteen is finally almost full and it has just enough space in it to pour what this curing potion he was giving years ago in to top off the canteen. And on one of the days where after this has happened, he makes his way out to the wood and he stands in front of the statue and he says, "Well, I don't know if this will work, but we can always have hope." And he pours it over the top of Maple, emptying the entire contents out. And if it was me, that's where we would stop playing Back Again from the Broken Lands. But if Cal has something else he wants to say, that's okay.
Okay, I mean, I feel like this is like choose your own adventure. I had here's my take on a similar ending.
All right, cool. It's like Clue. We get alternate endings.
Here was my idea for an ending.
So for that one, turn to minute marker number.
That years and years and years go by in a similar sense, and really all my idea boils down to is that on the day when Refn dies, Maple wakes back up.
Oh,
I am totally fine with both of those things.
I think they could be combined.
Yeah.
Right. I think it could be Refren did this, and that's part of what contributed to Maple waking back up all those years later. This has been Back Again from the Broken Land. Thank you all for playing.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, I wasn't crying at the end. You were crying at the end. I hate you.
I absolutely need the fade to black ending, and I will defend it to the day that it healed Maple and things are fine. That's it. I'm that person on the internet now. I have a whole website dedicated to it. Everything.
There'll be like a director's cut and like a different theatrical cut, and
That's
people
right.
debate the merits of the 2 different endings.
Because what is it to say a Tolkien-esque story if we can't, cut it into a million different versions later on? We do a thing here on +1 EXP called Reaction Roll. This is a live stream within a live stream where we sit down with the creator of a game that we just played and we talk about what our thoughts were from that and get to ask them questions. Today, we are talking specifically with Alexi Sargent of Cloven Pine Games about his game Back Again from the Broken Land that we just finished playing. I had an absolute blast. But Alexi, tell us a little bit about this game and what people can expect if they play it. Then we're going to tell you what we thought and ask you some questions.
Absolutely. So Back Again from the Broken Land tells the story of small adventurers making their way back from a calamitous war. It is intended to capture some of the emotional, meditative, bittersweet stretches of the works of J.R.R. Tolkien. So if you always loved the hobbits talking while making the long trek to or from Mordor in the Lord of the Rings, this is a game for you. Specifically in this game, we pick up with the heroes after the fall of the Doomslord, and as they are making their way back to their hometown, but we get glimpses of the epic adventure they've already been on through the stories they tell, and we get to see them navigate perils of the journey home, especially the terrifying hunters of the Doom's Lord that are still out there.
Awesome. I love it. And I just had a phenomenal time playing it. You guys will get to hear me talk about it in a minute, and then again on our polished review that we're going to do later for our Too Long Didn't Play series. But let's start just going across the top. Cal, tell people who you are, where you're from, and what your thoughts were about Back Again from the Broken Land.
My name is Cal Shea. I'm from Seattle. I work at a high school out here, and I run an RPG club for the students. By the way, Alexi, the first game we played this year for all the new students was another game of yours, Secret Science Sewer Siblings, and that went over like gangbusters. They loved it. But this game is like maybe one of my favorite RPGs that I've ever played. I just had a blast. This is so extremely up my alley. I feel like there's so much room to just enjoy what's happening and figure out the world together in a way that doesn't feel super competitive or urgent in a weird way. Like I enjoy that we are able to just take time and discuss ideas, and just the way the narrative works, where there's sort of we're playing through the present, but there's a past and a future that are already a problem. Like the implication is that things will probably not go well on our way home, and we know that the way out was already very hard. And it was just lovely to see everything sort of get weaved together and different ideas building on each other. And I genuinely love this game. So yeah.
Do you have any questions for Alexi about anything? You can ask later on if you haven't thought of one yet also too, but if you have any for him, this is your shot.
I guess I would say what are the games that you like in this vein? Are there other games that inspired this? Because
Tony has some on his desk. Tony, hold up Escape from Dino Island again. For real, Escape from Dino Island is a big influence on this because there's a story mechanic in that game that's very cool, right? Like your characters start out, and you don't know that much about them. You're like, oh yeah, it's the doctor, it's the kid, it's the soldier, right? And then the game prompts you when you have like a moment to catch your breath to tell a story. So we kind of took some clear mechanical inspiration from that to do this. It's different, game, right? Lord of the Rings versus Jurassic Park, different feel, but still the moments where the characters get to share stories, and that like gives you a stronger sense of who they are. That's very much drawing inspiration on wonderful work from Sam Roberts and Sam Tung, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
Awesome. Any other questions, Cal?
No, not at the moment.
All right. Ken, tell people who you are, where you're from, where they can find you online, and what your thoughts were about Back Again from the Broken Land.
Yeah. Well, thanks again to you, Tony, and to Plus One AXB for having me on. It's been just a pleasure. Thanks to everyone for watching it. I am Ken Breeze. You can find me at Berling's Beard. That's Berlin with a G on the end, Beard. I'm on Twitter and I'm on Instagram. Since 2010, I've been a tabletop role-playing game creative consultant, narrative designer, event manager, and GM for hire in the New York City area. I love storytelling games. I love diceless, DM-less storytelling games. And this wasn't that exactly, but it gets really close to it. I do see a lot of influences on this game from other games I have played. And I just can't say enough how much I really enjoyed this experience, Alexi. I think you've really got something really fun here, especially for folks who really love Lord of the Rings. I think this is scratching that itch in a really awesome way. Similar to you, Cal, I'm really focused on collaborative storytelling games, not necessarily competitive storytelling games. And this really is undergirded by rules that are asking us to help each other in so many ways, but also it sort of build. I just love how as things are revealed, as we learn more, the stakes are raised, and as you get to the end where safety is closest, that's when the danger gets the most sort of prevalent or present. I think the only question I would have would be, are there rules or other things that you jettisoned, that you play tested and didn't actually include in the game?
Oh, a totally great question. Yeah, so we're revising this, even as we play test it. We're excited to do the Kickstarter next month, but we're still getting everything all set and thinking through, like, is every move the strongest it can be, right? This time around we were playing with a version of Gaze into the Distance where you look out, you describe something, you ask a question, and I'm liking that that it's a tweak from the original version of Gaze into the Distance, which was just about naming a burden, right? Like there wasn't any asking questions. It was just like, when you get the chance to get into the distance, you can describe a fragment of beauty and then name a burden, and that ended up being like a little constrained, and it left people without as much of a room to ask questions, right? Because sometimes you're in a situation and you don't want to just tell a story and establish something. You want to be like, no, GM, you tell me something. I want to know something from you. So
It feels very PbtA. It feels very much like in the vein of other PbtA moves, for sure. That's cool. Another comment, sort of question, suggestion maybe. I was using this game to really help me figure out how to play this a little bit. I don't know if any of you have played this. It's called Hobbit Tales from the Green Dragon Inn. It's a storytelling card game that you use with the One Ring game. If you, I know you can't see it very well because of my background, but it comes with all these cards. And I was sort of randomly drawing cards to be like, oh, I really want to get influenced by this card or whatever. Things like Out of the Frying Pan, or A Restless Dead, or A Short Rest, or Lucky, or A Thief in the Night. Just different things I could draw really quickly to be like, oh shit, I need to come up, pardon me, I need to come up with something that's my one for the stream. I need to come up with something really quick that is in the vein of Lord of the Rings, but I am not a Lord of the Rings scholar or lore master. So how can I grab something that immediately puts me in there and gives me something I feel really clicks in with this sort of game and sort of the tone, as it were, or at least the aim and concept. And I felt like this deck of cards really helped me to do that quickly. So I might recommend to maybe think about that as something to include with the game, as some pre-created cards that people could draw from for inspiration.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we hope to provide some of that with the evocative details. We're also thinking about in the full versions of the game, will there be kind of specific evocative details for each site along the journey, just to give you like different things to hook into. Very cool.
Nice. Well, thanks again. It's so awesome. Really happy to play it and to get a first try at it. I know everyone who's going to kickstart this game is going to be well pleased. So good luck with that. Zine Quest rules. And I'm so happy that we're having the third year of it now and that you're participating again. So very happy about that and happy to play. So thanks again for having me along.
Absolutely.
Alex, you look like you absolutely hated playing this game. You've got you're sitting back, got your arms crossed. You're like, I dare you to make me love this game.
I know. It's the obnoxious Brooklynite in me. It's just that always very judgy. That's actually me leaning back in utter and complete satisfaction. David and well spent. Hi, I'm R. Alex Murray. I'm a Brooklyn-based actor, comedian, musician, children's entertainer, podcaster, streamer. A Brooklynite. And man, again, as just to echo for everybody else, this was incredibly fun. Like I was looking forward to it. My line to get people to watch and participate has been like, you guys, this is an RPG where all you do is retcon. This is gonna be awesome. And also you just all monologue, which was great because we've got a bunch of people who all run games and everybody's just, oh man, the collaborative storytelling element was very, very cool. I was looking forward to it, thought it would be fun, and it was exceeded my expectations. I I, I fucking cried. There's my F bomb.
Boom.
Wait, I
I
missed that.
My
Where did
one
everybody cry?
Oh,
I need to know where everybody cried.
Oh no, like that was like every time Alex started talking, I was like, oh my gosh, he's starting to cry, and now I'm gonna start crying if he starts crying.
I really didn't think. I mean, I did not come into anything thinking I was going to work out issues with. Like, I need to call my brother right now. Like, and I didn't think the eggs would be that good, but who knows?
You play a
everybody-
game about these small adventurers, and you
Yeah.
discover the cathartic power of breakfast.
Well, and this is also the part of Lord of the Rings that I'm like obsessed with. I'm obsessed with the first 80 pages of the Fellowship of the Ring and the last 30 pages of the Return of the King. There's the best parts of the whole thing, which is why every time they make a movie or whatever, I'm like, Tom Bombadil. But like, just hang out in the Shire. So it was really fun and I guess that's my big question is I'm curious that if do most games, I feel like our party was very concentrated on home. We only got like 2 or 3 details of like the journey. We never even named the hero. We didn't care. It was like we had to go do this thing. And like it was really funny because like it was like our awareness was always pushing back home. We told a lot of stories about home and we used our like memories to like pull us back to it, which was really cool. And I'm just curious if as you've play tested, if like if they go all over the place or if it tends to be like that or
Yeah, it really varies from table to table. There was a lot of home calling for these characters, but we also got that scene with Maple and the Doomslord, which was like I think one of the first times I've seen a like close encounter with the Doomslord in a character story also. So that was really like a cool moment for me as far as getting really into some of the like climax of this adventure that happened just before the one we're now telling. I enjoyed that a lot.
sitting there too, right? Like he's just a guy. He's like doing Cat's Cradle or something, just like, hey, what?
Love it.
Yeah, evil overlord stuff.
Danielle, so tell us a little about who you are, where people can find you, and then what were your thoughts about Back Again from the Broken Land?
I am Danielle Bilta, and I am at Bilta House on Twitter, and I'm Asheville, North Carolina based right now, and also the Midwest. And you can find me playing as much tabletop as I can during the pandemic, pretty much. I really, really enjoyed it. When you mentioned that about the gaze into the distance, I think that the version I played a version of this game once, DM'd by Leah Sargent, who did obviously a wonderful job as well. And I think that version of Gaze into the Distance was just about naming a burden because I kept being like, wait, am I doing this right? And then I didn't realize that like it was, I guess, an earlier version of the move. And I did like that you can ask questions during it as well, because there is so much storytelling that like I think it's nice to have a bit that kind of like separates it from all of the other storytelling that you are doing during it. But it was a lot of fun. It was like coming at it from a relative newbie to this whole way of doing things. Sometimes my stories are not like right on par, or I can't always connect them to everybody else. And so I think that what's cool about the game is like even if you go into it without like I don't really know what my burden should be, like by the time that you are able to name one, you can connect it to somebody else's, or you can, you have the list of evocative details, you have these things that people can springboard off of. And I was kind of curious, and like going into it, I had no idea that Maple was even planning to like make a stand. I feel like we were all like, Reference gonna make a stand because he's got all these burdens, and then the way that like it left all this open to the player for you to develop this story and then be like, surprise, one of her burdens is she was cursed by the Doomslord and is gonna like try and get something good out of it. And we're all like, what is happening? So like the way you can change direction even mid-game and you're not like locked into a narrative from the get-go was is really cool. And I guess one of my questions is like, I wonder if there's like a way that you could connect to other players' burdens or have some kind of move where you can bounce off of a named burden of somebody else. Cause that's the only thing is like, we have to like really look for ways to connect the party together instead of it just being about like my journey in my head that I'm having. And I just like, if there was some, I don't know, some kind of mechanic where you could, when you know what somebody else's deal is, like either use that to help them or use one of yours to help them, or I don't know, something.
A share the mechanic.
Share the load.
Yeah.
I'm gonna think about that. That's a good. That's
yeah. That's for back again too. We backy back. No, I love it. So I'll have more thoughts in a full review later on. But for this right now, Alexa, you did so you ostensibly almost every single tabletop role playing game looks at the hero's journey and says, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna cover the first half of that thing in perpetuity until the end of a campaign arc. And what Back Again from the Broken Land does says, you know what? We're going to start after the end of the hero's journey, move sideways into the minor characters, and then talk about them moving back home in the second half of that transformative arc, which is like the boldest design move I think I've ever seen from anybody. I know there are like Slice of Life games. There's other games that cover that transformative redemptive process, but not any that I feel like are as focused on that side of the hero's journey and the monomyth as this is. And I expect nothing less, in all honesty, at this point from you. I love your design. I think the moves in this game are phenomenal. I think you are also incredibly adept, not only at making really great PbtA moves in general, but also about making great moves that are not just roll 2d6 and then failure, mixed result, success, which I think a lot of people who do PbtA games lean on that because it's an easy model. And you're always pushing in your designs to find other ways to do that. And I comment on it anytime I stumble across one. I love that you have moves. I also love you have the A move that's just like anytime you do another move, do this move also too. It's great. It's wonderful. It's also a core mechanic to the game. I obviously had a blast. I was crying when I was talking about stuff at my character's like resolution mark a little bit. So like, I thought it was great. I had a question a second ago. Let me give you my something that would have, I think, helped me. For one thing, I'm managing numerous extra things, and so I could not look at story lists quickly. I can't wait to have everything physically in my hands where I can be like, stories I could be hitting, because though I can come up with one, there is a level at like saying picking off that list. I don't have to do that, but knowing we can all start drawing from the festival at our home or the custom that one of us broke. Like we can start to pull these together if we're operating off of that core list a little bit. So that was a me thing that didn't have anything to do with anything else. But I really loved the option to dive into a lot of different routes there with kind of telling those stories and having that list to draw from to give us some ideas. Even the personal list on our playbooks, which I don't think I particularly used, were great. And then the unlocking of extra options for when you confront the hunters, I thought was really cool. And I was like, as soon as we got back to the Toadstool Forest and we had not hit a hunter yet, I was like, oh crap, like there's going to be something between here and the destination that's going to be wrecking for all of us. And so needless to say, I had a blast. I think it was great. I think if I was going to ask this question, it would be this one kind of generically, and then maybe one design question. I said maybe because I get to decide that, so it's going to happen. But if you could skin this for a non-Tolkien setting, what is the other setting you would want to skin it for?
Oh man, you know, say again.
I just said Riverdale.
Oh,
Archie, yeah, and so
Someone was working on a heist version of this where your criminals coming back from a big score, trying to make it home, and you don't know that much about the score until you start filling it in with stories flashing back to it. I think that's a pretty cool project.
I love that.
Yeah. Heist came to mind. The only other one I could think of was like Star Wars, but you're like crew members and droids who had nothing to do with the main conflict, like trying to make your way away from the Death Star as it falls apart. Like those are the only two that kind of came to mind. But I don't feel like you have the same kind of onus as far as character engagement in them. But no, I would love to see if there's anything else that you can come up with for it. I also love, you don't have to, like, it's obviously geared for a Tolkien-esque setting. Like you could move this into space, or you can move, like, all that matters is that you had a Dark Lord, you defeated him. Have you guys ever thought about, because I think this is another thing that I love in your games, you write things in such a great cinematic way that allows for kind of establishing shots, epilogues, other stuff like that. Have you thought about creating some establishing shots that give you some beats on the journey for the crew that builds in a little bit of that narrative before they get there? Like you do the world building part, and this game is almost all world building, which I love. But like maybe a couple scenes where they as a group tell maybe 2 or 3 beats on what they pass, which maybe gives them a little bit of insight into what may be coming. But also maybe lets them establish a little bit of world also. Have you thought about doing something like that?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it now. I love a montage, right? It's a really cool technique, I think. I like being able to go back and forth between, the beat by beat play and the, like, now we're just montaging, and, together we'll cover a lot of ground here. So in some ways that's kind of thinking about, ways to build in a little mini montage, to, like you said, have establishing shots before the bigger set pieces in the game. And I think that's totally legit as a, little resource for the GM in the full version.
Yeah. So anyways, again, I can't wait to back it. We'll drop everything in the chat again if you're watching this later on YouTube, whether that's the full actual play or just a reaction roll interview. We'll also have it down in the information below. If you have questions about Back Again from the Broken Land, please let us know and drop them into the comments. I will say, when we were having that breakfast scene where we were making those eggs, our Facebook chat was exploding and everybody was freaking out about their potential romantic realities, about how good the food must have been, and everybody's desire to have that good of a breakfast, that wounds were just healed. Let's move around one more time. I'll start, and then we'll kind of go through everybody else, ending with Alexi, so he gets one more chance to push the game out. Also, too, my name is Tony Vicinda. I'm the Chief Alchemist at +1, where we are a brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. If you want to find anything else more about us, go to +1exp.com. All of our games are there. We have Beards and Beyond that just went to print, that Alexi is actually a collaborator on that project. We also have all of our classic tabletop inspired beard balms, and coming soon our lotion bars and other products also too. So check those out if you want to min-max your way through your day. You can find us at +1exp across all platforms if we're on them. But let's hear from everybody else one more time. Cowshay, tell people who you are and where they can find you on the internet.
Yeah, my name is Cowshay. I'm in Seattle, just doing a bunch of different stuff. Probably the most fun thing that I routinely do on the internet is over at letterboxd.com, where I obsessively log every movie that I ever watch and make weird lists of movies, weird hyper-specific lists of movies. Like the one I made the other day was 80s movies about parental relationships, finding a mystical creature in the forest and learning magic from it, and in an emergency, hiding in a large mammal. And that's a list of The Empire Strikes Back and My Neighbor Totoro, and that's it. So that's on letterboxd.com. I'm Cowshay on there, COWSHEA.
Awesome. Ken.
That's me. Well, thanks again, Tony, for having me on. And great channel, great production. Love being here. I'm Ken Breeze. You can find me on the internet at Berling's Beard. That's like Berlin with a G on the end, Beard. I am a tabletop role-playing game creative consultant, narrative designer, event manager, and GM for hire in the New York City area. So check me out if you're looking for someone to hire to run some games for you. And do check out my podcast, Board Ghost, where I co-host a podcast about storytelling games that use diceless, DMless role-playing games to collaboratively tell stories. So much like this last few hours. It's been amazing. Thank you all to my fellow players and to everyone who watched. I really have enjoyed this, so thanks again.
Awesome. Danielle, let's hear from you next.
I'm Danielle Bilta, and you can find me at Bilta House on Twitter. No doubt interacting with any of these wonderful podcasts and properties as well, and doing general nerdy rants. Thank you so much for having me on. It was a blast to play, and looking forward to this game coming out.
And then our Alex Murray, one of my top 26 favorite Alex Murrays.
Yes, all 27 of us are pretty chill. I'm our Alex Murray. I'm a Brooklyn-based actor, comic, musician, podcaster, streamer, all the stuff. Thanks again. This was great. I've been doing a whole lot of streaming with Plus One EXP, which has been a lot of fun. Look forward to, I'm going to be taking part in the ongoing campaign of Tony's game that we're starting next month, Beards and Beyond. So stay tuned for that. And I'm also the artistic director of the Missing Sock Podcast Network, a podcast network for explorers and friends, on which I have 4 or 5 podcasts, and there are 5 or 6 other ones that are all excellent. I will spotlight Child's Play, in which my boy Adam and I are listening to the entire Kids Bop discography and reworking our own versions of their songs as we go. Check out Wet and Splashy, which is our WAP parody that is all over the internet. Also, if you Venmo me $1, I'll send you one of these cool cosmic sausage stickers. Yeah,
I'm going to pay you $1 right now.
cosmic sausage.
Awesome. Alexi, while everybody's Venmoing Alex that dollar, go ahead and tell people again one more time who you are, where they can find out more about Back Again from the Broken Land.
Absolutely. So I'm Alexi Sargent. I make games under the handle Cloven Pine Games. And this game, Back Again from the Broken Land, is one I worked on with my lovely wife, Leah Sargent. And we are kickstarting it this coming month. So go ahead and follow Cloven Pine Games on Twitter to get all the updates. You can also check out Cloven Pine Games on itch.io, where I've got a number of games available for free. Both of those places will link to the Kickstarter page where you can sign up to be notified as soon as it launches. I'm really glad to have gotten to run this game with all of you. This has been a super fun time, and looking forward to sharing this game with even more people.
Awesome. And now we are all going to wave at the camera until I take us off stream. Bye, everybody.
Bye.